Stop over council.
After waiver of plat, reso, but I'm sorry, rezoning. Yeah, yeah. Well, what the master plan is. Yes, it is. What it says is
Go out and buy trash and make money.
Here comes the mover and a shaker. All right.
And one time, he What's this? Petition for zoning? Oh, this is what came to us, huh?
It's amazing how this other paper we never see.
No, those are people that the applicant had signed. That's a petition that the applicant had signed on his behalf.
Oh, I got you.
Call the meeting to order. Planning and Zoning Board meeting Wednesday, March 1st, 2006. Secretary.
Mr. Newman? Here. Mr. Norito?
Here.
Mr. Powell?
Here.
Dr. Raines is absent. Mr. Shelley?
Here.
Mr. Taylor?
Here.
Chairman Avia?
Here.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, the approval of the February 15, 2006 meeting. I'll move. So moved. Do I hear a second? I'll second. And it's been seconded. Any additions, deletions, or deferrals?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Under your agenda, under quasi-judicial, public hearing number 2005-69, site plan for Homestead Pavilion. That item is requested to be deferred until March 15th. Also, under business from the Development Services Director, item A, Parks and Recreation presentation of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Staff is requesting that that also be deferred until the March 15th meeting. Staff would like to add that a discussion take place in regards to certain code provisions which are applicable to two-car garages and covered parking in the RTH Townhouse District.
Yeah.
Under 8, Business from Development Services Director. And I think you have a handout in regards to that as well.
So this will
For
be
discussion purposes when it gets to that.
Okay.
Yes.
any unfinished business. No unfinished business. We'll go on with business requiring board action.
Business requiring board action. This is the quasi-judicial public hearing section of your agenda. Please be advised that the following items of the board's agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment upon these items, please indicate the item number you would like to address when the announcement regarding the quasi-judicial item is made. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. Swearing in. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the board to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedure may be obtained from the clerk. In accordance with Code Section 2-591, any lobbyists must register before addressing the board on any of the following items. At this time, board members must disclose any ex parte communications concerning any items on the agenda.
I was approached by a local attorney who was representing an owner of property in the southwest neighborhood who had a question as far as how that rezoning would affect his client, and so I discussed that with him.
Okay. Hearing nothing else from the board members, at this time the clerk will swear in any persons who wish to testify on any quasi-judicial item.
Anyone wishing to testify, please stand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please be seated.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the first item this morning under your public hearing agenda is 2005-109, the The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R1 one-family district to B1A professional business district, located at 49 Northwest 17th Street. This is public hearing 2005-109.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Martin Schneider. I'm with the Eiler Planning Group. I'll be reading the staff reports for these items. First, just an item of general interest because there are some people from the various neighborhoods here. The first three items we're going to talk about are small rezonings that are not in the southwest neighborhood. They're in north of the downtown area. So I just want to clarify that we're not going to the southwest neighborhood yet. So let me first speak about public hearing number 2005-109. This is a rezoning request from single-family residential to professional business restricted district B1A, and it's located at 49 Northwest 17th Street, 1/2 block west of North Chrome Avenue. It's about a quarter of an acre. The future land use on this parcel is light commercial use. The current zoning is single-family residential use. The property is currently a single-family residential home. The applicant is requesting to change that to a restricted business district, which would allow professional office primarily. The staff recommendation is for approval of the proposed rezoning because the rezoning complies with the proposed future land use designation and the surrounding future land use designations. It's also compatible with the existing neighborhood. As stated, the future land use of the area is light commercial use. Land use designation allows for either professional business restricted district or a restricted retail commercial district or a retail commercial district. These are just different degrees of the intensity of the commercial use you can do in those areas. The applicant is requesting a B1A, which is the least intense, which allows primarily professional offices. The surrounding neighborhood is currently a mix of professional office, there's a bank and a church, and residential, which is primarily single-family. This mix of uses would dictate a low-intensity commercial use. The applicant's letter of intent states that office-type use is intended for the property. Again, therefore, the rezoning to B1A is appropriate for the existing neighborhood. Because the site is small and located in an infill area, there should be no significant impact on public facilities. For code compliance, if the rezoning is granted, the property will still need to meet all zoning district code requirements. This means they'll need to meet setbacks, parking, lighting, landscaping, and buffering requirements. There were no adverse comments regarding this issue at the Development Review Committee meeting. So again, staff recommendation is for approval of the rezoning to B1A. And I'll take any questions. Thank you.
I got a question, Mr. Chairman. This couldn't be done administratively.
No, because it's a rezoning.
It's a rezoning.
Yes. The land use is light commercial, so it is a good measure to change the zoning that lays on top of that to commercial. It makes sense. However, you still have to go through this process of having a public hearing on
Is a zoning change already happened?
No.
So to speak.
No, it has not happened.
So why are we, proceeding the zoning change? We have to give them permission to...
Yes. The board and the council will have to approve the rezoning before they can convert to a business at that
Was that part of the master plan?
Pardon?
Was that part of the master plan?
No, this is not in the master plan area. These are north of the downtown. We'll be getting to the southwest neighborhood plan.
I know that. I'm talking master plan for those city when we were in charge.
You mean the future land use map?
Land use, yeah.
On the future land use map, this is a light commercial area, but that just allows for the conversion of existing uses to that use. If there's a single-family house there and they don't want to change it to commercial, they don't have to. It can remain that use. But if you want to do business, you have to come in and change the zoning to business to allow that property to convert over. It is the intention, the long-range intention of the master plan is for this area to start changing towards commercial. But there's no obligation for someone to come in to make that change. They can remain a residential unit.
Well, with the residents here, I think, that's a change.
That was going to be my question, if in the future land use map, how that area was delineated, if it was chosen.
I'll bring it up for you. Primarily, we're talking about the area near North Chrome Avenue and here, which is a light commercial area, primarily in the hospital, the old hospitals around in here. And these two areas allow for commercial, and this one allows for a mix of commercial and residential. There's a lot of residential single-family houses in this area, and the purpose of the plan is to allow the conversion of these to commercial.
See, Mr. Chair, let me follow up. Mark, let me follow up on this because you know that area. I mean, I think there was a lawyer coming and she objected to somebody building over there. I think I don't remember. It was recently. Extending for hours of operation or something. I think that's the same area you're talking, right?
No, it's not exactly the same area, but it's yeah. This is further north.
It's further north, 18.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they got some nice houses down there.
Right.
Because I'm sure my doctor is Dr. Cosgrove. But now, I mean, did the applicants get with the neighbors over there?
I don't know. The applicant is here and they can speak to that. But the one thing is, this is only for professional office use, so it wouldn't be for a restaurant or nightclub or any of that kind of use. A B1A would only allow certain, like banks and offices, medical offices.
You see, I mean, my reason for even doing this thing, when we get to the Southwick section, I'm going to interject because if it's zoned for something, that's what it's supposed to be zoned for, instead of these changes that, you know, because some I guess, from...
Yeah, that's why I clarified that these are two different types of things. The Southwest neighborhood's a rezoning of an entire area. This is an individual parcel where the applicant has the future land use designation of commercial. So by right, they are allowed to change to that. So they just need to change the rezoning so that they can move forward with doing a professional office use there. That's the purpose behind doing the future land use map, is you set it out for in the long term. You know, we want to see along this corridor more commercial uses, and that was done intentionally to promote this kind of conversion that they're talking about on this lot.
And the traffic wouldn't be a problem down there, anything like that?
No, it's a quarter of an acre, so at most they can just put a small office, and they'd still have to meet parking. So if they needed to do like more than 4 parking spaces, they would need to somehow accommodate that, and it would be very limited on that size site.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Staff, just curious, it's an existing building. We're going to rezone it, and I had looked at a couple of the properties. Let's say the building is at the street, and the zoning says X feet of setback, and that's obviously less than the requirement. Do they come in for a variance to the setback because the building's there? Do they move the building? Do they?
No, it's just a change of use if you're not changing the building. If you change the building over a certain percent, then you'd have to meet the setbacks. Or if you take the building down and build a new building, then you'd have to meet the setbacks.
So if it's existing, is there a color? Is there architectural considerations they have to look at?
Signage.
They would still have to meet the city's color requirements.
Okay. Thank you.
Signage and lighting and all that as well.
Yep. Yes, that's true. And lighting and signage and landscaping, all of that would have to
When they get the zoning,
then they have to do that in order before they can open up an office.
Well, they'd have to meet parking and...
They would come in for a business license, and that would trigger them having to comply with the applicable code provisions in the code in regards to parking and signage and lighting and so forth. Let me just help the board clarify for you and frame this for you. Your job today is to look at this in regards to the future land use. And the future land use on the city's map is designated as commercial. And the zoning categories that are used to implement that commercial district are
B1A, B1,
yeah, B1,
B2.
B1A, B1, I think
B2.
B2. So, then the goal is to look at it to see out of those zones what's the most compatible with the surrounding neighborhood that could be used to implement the commercial zoning. And I think the staff has provided for you what the applicant is asking is that it's the most restrictive commercial, and that is the professional office, which fits into the character of the neighborhood. So your job is to decide, looking at that, if this is the most applicable for the neighborhood, and that's the rezoning. At this point, we don't know what business is going to go in there, but that's sort of the framework in which you're working at to look at and analyze this particular rezoning request.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
May I speak?
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question.
One more, please.
Sure.
One question.
I have a question for staff. On the B1A, I believe the code provides, it says that it can be up to a 5-story building there.
Right, but in order to get that 5-story building, you'd have to have room for the parking and various things like that. So if it's not feasible to go up 5 stories,
my question would be, what after this is approved and we say yes or we say no, what do they have to do to get to that 5 stories? Do they go to the permitting?
If they actually want to do something like that, they'd have to come in for a site plan review.
Okay.
And staff would take a look at it, and then it would also run through most likely run through the whole process. We also have an administrative site plan review.
Okay, so they would come back before us or back before City Council before they could put any more stories on it?
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board members? If not, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good morning, board members, city attorney, staff, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gail Springer. My company is GSD Group, and I'm here on behalf of the clients as a zoning consultant, the property owners William Davis and David Suarez. In order to alleviate some of your concerns, this building will be used as a branch office for a title company. The applicants already own a title company in Kendall, and they want to have a local branch in Homestead since they live and play here. They'd also like to be able to work here. They live right down the street, and they bought this property because the future land use map shows that it can be used for a professional office. The property sits directly behind Tom Jones' parking lot. So it already abuts some commercial zoning. It's not like stepping out of the blue, 4 or 5 houses down. I also have a survey if you'd like to look at it. The house currently sits 47 feet back from the property line. It's their intention, they have a pool in the backyard, they've already obtained a demo permit to demolish the pool, and they probably will be putting up a 6-foot privacy fence on any of the property that abuts the residential. I think that's required by code. So they have no problems with doing that. They want to upgrade the property, landscape it, and make it a nice office. The benefit to the residential neighbors at this point in time would be that they would only be open from 9 to 5. There would be no traffic at night, and there would be no traffic on the weekends. So it actually becomes less intense as an office use than it does as a residential use. If you'd like to, I have a site plan. I realize that you don't have to approve the site plan, but I can show you the layout of the offices. They have started some construction. They did have to repair the roof after the hurricane, and they will be putting offices and handicap accessibility parking, and they will meet all of the requirements. If you have any questions, both the applicants are here, or I can answer them if you'd like. We don't think that we're going to build 5 stories here either. As Marty said, there's not enough land, number one, to build 5 stories and accommodate parking and lot coverage and setbacks and all of that. So we would gratefully request that you recommend approval for this public hearing. Oh, one more thing. I'd like you to also know, and I'm not sure if you have it in your packets, but we do have a petition signed by most of the property owners, the ones directly to the north, on both sides, and then behind the property owner.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of the applicant?
Public hearing. Public. I want to speak to that.
All right. Any comments from the public?
My name is Judy Gray, and I reside at 44 Northwest 17th Street in Homestead. And I live directly across from this property. And I don't know how many of you have driven by it and looked at it. It's a dump. I mean, it's been boarded up, and it just is a mess. So that, to me, is an indication of what it's going to look like in the future. They haven't taken care of the property. And some days it looks worse than it does today. But I'd like to request that you don't change the zoning on our street. And I know that Tom Jones and the church and all of the other businesses that are on Chrome Avenue, years ago that was all decided. But on that master plan, when I looked, only the block from 15th Street to 18th Street has been labeled commercial. So what happened to the from 18th Street to 21st Street that all have businesses on Chrome Avenue, like Debbie Bishop and Tom Jones, and there's a office building there between 19th and 20th. So how come these businesses, or this area, was not labeled in the master plan as commercial? And it may be because some of the Homestead City Council people live just right down the street from these properties. They don't live across First Avenue. They live between Chrome and First Avenue. Well, my family bought the property in 1948. So I've lived there a long time. And it's nice, quiet, and we don't have any problems, and I don't think we have any police problems, you know, a lot of things, even though the church, I think, at one time had the soup kitchen there, and we had big-time problems. The neighbors, you know, were all robbed and everything. But now it's quietened down, and it has the school with all those children. And for some reason, that is, to me, in my opinion, absentee property owners don't keep up the property. They don't follow the rules or the regulations. And I don't know what was going on inside the building, but outside they have a swimming pool, and this pool has not had a screen enclosure or a fence around it since the hurricane. So here are property owners who don't follow the laws, don't follow the rules. And so I mean, of course, the people that owned the house before, they'd owned it, I guess, 30 or 40 years. And they got a divorce and moved and everything. So to me, making a business, and I don't know where the parking's going to be. Because at one time, for years, when they put the school there at the Presbyterian Church, people parked on my grass in my driveway. I couldn't even come home sometimes. But the church finally educated them, you know, the church had parking. And even Tom Jones and Randy built their nice parking lot, and they keep it up well because the zoning of what would not allow their employees to park on a grassy area around Tom Jones's building. So he had to build a parking lot. But it's beautiful and it's well maintained and it's clean and it's kept up and landscaped. And there's no problem there with that. But his business is on Chrome Avenue. And so there are many other businesses that are on Chrome Avenue. But to go in and change all the residential areas that are behind it just doesn't really make any sense to me. So having a business across the street, would change my lifestyle to a degree, because you'd have all this traffic, whether it's employees or customers. I mean, that's the object of the business. You have employees and you have customers. So I'd like to request that you don't change the zoning for that piece of property. Thank you.
Can I see the site plan? I don't think that's a problem.
Certainly. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address some of those comments. The reason that the property is boarded up is because after we had a hurricane. We actually had 2 hurricanes, if you remember. I know everybody likes to try and put it out of their minds, but we did have 2 hurricanes. And the property's been broken into several times. So since the use cannot be made of the property for which the purchase was made, and since the property is under construction, it's being boarded up at this point. You can take that, I believe I don't know if that's 1 or 2 copies there. Mr. Suarez and Mr. Davis have a landscape maintenance company. Their full intention, as I said before, is to comply with the regulations, which means that they'll have to have either 15 or 18% landscaping requirement. They will continue to pay the maintenance company, so there shouldn't be any problems. The pool issue, I believe, is being resolved by, apparently the reason that there was no screen or safety barrier placed back after the hurricane was because there was some kind of dispute with the insurance company. At this point, there is a safety barrier, a construction snow fence around the pool. I think that Ms. Gray just has to realize that the reason that the property is in the condition that is in is because we are at a standstill whether or not the property is going to be commercial or is it going to be residential. Naturally, if you recommend approval, then we can go forward and convert it into an office. And that's why it's in the condition that it's in, which if you've driven by, I don't think that you can say that it's really in bad shape. But Mr. Suarez and Mr. Davis are just trying to protect their property. That's why the boards are still up.
May I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would like to make a comment that, for the record, I can appreciate what you're saying, but I think there is enough history on both sides of Chrome, both northeast and northwest, that shows the property the outside of Chrome, the one inside, has become offices. For example, John Moss's office is on 16th Street. There's another title company that's on 19th Street, that's on the inside of the past Chrome. So I think the history is there that it would allow it to go at least one into the street against Chrome. And I know that if they do, in order to get their occupational license, they will have to conform, and it will look a whole lot nicer than it probably does now.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Ms. Newman, thank you for those comments. Mr. Suarez has an occupational license currently in his house where he lives for a home office. And it's right down the street from this, and I'm sure if you drive by, you'll see that his house is maintained properly and he's never had any code enforcement violations. And yes, we totally agree with you that the trend is to move into the business district. We're trying to comply, actually, with the future land use map. This is what the city wants for that area, and we're just trying to give them what they want.
I have a question.
Yes.
For the applicant. If what if, how do I put this properly? Is the building secure at this moment?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Taylor, yes, the building is, what do you mean secure? I mean, it's got boards on the windows and it's locked.
When I said building is secure, I mean safety to the public. I mean, like the pool that, been left, with no safety barriers like the lady was saying before. I just want to know, is it safe at this moment?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Taylor, yes, it is safe at this moment. There is a safety barrier, a snow fence, a construction fence around the pool. There is currently a demolition permit that has been issued for the demolition of the pool, and it is their intention, the owner's intention, to start the demolition of the pool this weekend.
And my question for saying that, you know this, Gil, years ago people died, although we have a fence down at Roby George, and there's a school there, so that was my reason for asking this question, if there's a safety net there. When there's children out there, as a safety professional, that sends me a different signal altogether, and that's just my reason. Because I said, sometimes when people go through different type of change in life, like the lady was just saying that absentee landlords don't care about if they leave the pool open, don't care if somebody's kids drown or something like that. So in other words, I just wanted to know.
Mr. Chairman.
If that's the case, then I beg the code enforcement or somebody go over there to make sure that it is safe.
Mr. Chairman?
Those are my concerns.
Mr. Taylor, no one wants the liability, especially the owners, more than the owners, of having, God forbid, somebody fall into an empty pool or even a full pool. So yes, they have taken the precautions and they have put the safety barrier around it. But it will no longer be an issue after the weekend or maybe next week when the pool is finally removed from the property.
And is this building going to be demolished and a new building going to, it's going to be demolished and a new building going to be built on the site?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Taylor, no, it is not the intent of the owners to demolish the building. It's a perfectly good structure. They've already re-roofed the whole property. They will convert this residence into offices.
Just the reason why I asked that, just said there's a demolition permit.
For the pool only.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, if I wasn't clear on that.
The parking will be in the front, or will it be around the back where the pool is, or where will you accommodate the customers that will be arriving for your business?
Mr. Chairman, that would be up to the city. If the city requires that the parking be in the rear, when the pool is demolished, this lot is big enough to accommodate the required parking spaces in the rear. There is a carport out front, so that, there could be some parking in the front. If the rules, they want to comply with all the rules and regulations, so whatever the rules and regulations allow them to do, that's what they will do. I'd also like to state that I'm sorry, Mr. Chandran. There are only going to be 3 people working in this office. It will be, keep in mind, it will be a branch office for now, probably for the next few years. They do have an office in Kendall. There will not be a lot of traffic coming and going at this location.
Let me answer the question about parking in a general manner. At this juncture, I could not tell you if it's going to be in the front, the back, the side, across the street, down the block. It's not necessarily appropriate at this point to define that. It is appropriate for the applicant to mention that there will be parking when they come in and look for the permit to make the residence into an office. They have to take care of handicap access, door widths, and everything else. At that same time, we will have from them what they would like to do for parking. We will address it accordingly, and they will proceed. So parking will be done properly. Right now, I have no idea if it should be or should not be in the front or the back, just for reference.
I'll make one more. And in response to the applicant's response was to be a title company, only 3 people, that is as of what it is now. That could change any time in the future. And so then it would dictate what the zoning would be allowing at that time for that particular business they sell it to.
Mr. Chairman? Ms. Newman, yes, that is correct. However, our request is for B1A, and all of you know that B1A is professional office and has very limited uses.
That's how I want to make clear, is that even though it's maybe a title company now, it might be a doctor's office later, but whatever it is allowed to do under professional business is what will be allowed. What will happen there.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Ms. Newman, thank you.
Any other questions from the public or from the board?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to accept the zoning change from single-family residential to professional business restricted District B1A.
Ms. Newman is so moved. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded by Shelley.
Ms. Newman? Yes. Mr. Norito?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Dr. Raines?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Chairman Avia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the second item on your public hearing agenda this morning is 2005-110. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from R1 One Family District to B1A Professional Business District. The application is 2005-110. The location is 75 Northwest 12th Street.
Good morning again. For the record, my name is Martin Schneider with the Isler Planning Group. This petition is similar to the last one. The main difference is the future land use in this case is professional mixed use rather than light commercial use. Professional mixed use allows professional business restricted district, which is the same we just talked about, B1A. It also allows existing residential zoning districts R1, R2, R3, and RTH, which is townhouses. The applicant is requesting a B1A, which is primarily professional offices, and that would be appropriate for this area. Again, it's a small site, and it's an infill area, so there should not be significant impact on public facilities. Again, the code changes, as with the last one, they will still have to meet all code changes when they come in for site plan, which is setbacks, parking, lighting, landscaping, and buffering requirements. There were no adverse comments at the Development Review Committee meeting. So staff does recommend the approval of the rezoning from single-family residential to professional business district. Thank you.
Any questions in the city from the board?
I have one question for the applicant. For the staff, I'm sorry. What is in front on Chrome in that location?
I'm just looking at the aerial, and it looks like a fairly large building. The applicant might have a better idea what exactly is on Chrome in that area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the city? If not, I'll open the floor to the applicant.
Good morning once again. Gail Springer, GSD Group. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Eric Johnson, and I don't see him in the audience. I can only guess that he's stuck in traffic somewhere. If I can't answer any questions, I have to defer or something. I think I can handle it, though.
What is the building in front of on 12th Street in Chrome?
It's the Homestead Manor? I'm not exactly 12th Street in Chrome. This is on First Avenue and 12th Street.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's way...
It's beyond Chrome. Actually, it's a couple of...
It's a block in then, not...
It's almost a block in. It's like the second house from First Avenue going east.
Okay, what is along the rest of that road then?
Mostly residential houses.
So is this like not the first one in, but this is like 3 or 4 in?
This is actually 3 or 4 from where? Chrome?
From Chrome?
Yes.
So what is next to those 2 there? All residential?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if there are businesses. I think there might be a couple of businesses. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, on 12th Street. I know on 13th and 14th Street we have businesses.
And is this the road that goes, not the road that goes to the hospital, the one south of it, right?
Right.
I can use that. You can use that too.
You can get to the hospital from there.
Those where? Or dead ends of the hospital?
Right. This is like across the street from where the hospital is.
Excuse me. For staff, is that the professional designation area there?
Yeah, basically professional mixed uses in that area.
Okay.
Yeah. I also, looking at the surrounding, it looks like there's single family to the north, east, and west, and there's a multi-family apartment and parking to the south. Also, the next item we're going to talk about is the property directly west of this one, and that would also be converting to office. So you'd have that corner converting to office.
To the applicant, what is the intent of this building that, the business that's going here in this area?
Mr. Chairman, the owner of this property is a mortgage broker, and so his intention is to have, actually, the next hearing also, he owns both the properties, so it is his intention to have a real estate office, a title company, and mortgage brokerage between both buildings.
Do we have anything that shows the layout of this? You have something that shows the layout, what's next to it. It seems to me if we're making a decision here regarding a business now fitting into an area that has some residents associated, we ought to see what the mix looks like.
Marty, why don't you show Dr. Raines the close-up of the future land use map so that you can get a better look at what the city's already denoted in the future land use designations.
The idea that it's future, that it's going to be professional, I think makes sense, but it still has to fit in to a certain extent.
Right, the only thing I have handy is the aerial, and that shows residential pretty much around this way with some large commercial here, here, and here.
On your map here, where's the, can you point out the hospital?
State Motel.
In this area here, which is all, whoops. Where's it? The PMU, professional mixed use, it's in this area. The hospital, I believe, is over in this area. And this is the park here. So yeah, that'd be up here.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I believe there are some, next to the 1209 Northwest First Avenue, there are some triplexes and duplexes. It's generally a pretty mixed neighborhood. And I know that some of the businesses are already creeping into First Avenue from Chrome, especially on 13th and 14th Street. I can't recall that I really am not sure if there are any businesses already on 12th Street from Chrome west to First Avenue. But this is directly across from the hospital.
You would agree, though, that if you showed more businesses, that would be important. If you showed no businesses, that would be important. If you showed that there were duplexes right next to it or a single-family home right next to this, it would make a difference, although the argument's going to be made that that we've already approved it for professional use.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It is future land use plan for professional mixed use.
It's down one. Okay.
All right. Any questions of the applicant from the board? Not, I'll open the floor to public hearing. Any comments from the public?
I'm Lillian Dickinson, and I have property that butts up to the back of that. My concern is of parking and floodlights. To answer your question, there is no business on 12th Street and no business on 13th.
You're actually on 13th?
Yes.
And your address is?
I'm 42 Northwest 13th Street. I live there, but I also own the house 66 Northwest 16th, and that will butt up to 16th and 17th lot on your paper.
Since you live there, maybe you can help us a little bit. If we start on 12th Street and go west from Chrome, aren't there businesses there?
There's a motel on the corner of Chrome and 12th.
Oh, yeah.
It is single family down to First Avenue, single family down on 13th.
And then across the street on First Avenue, there's businesses, right?
There's a hospital.
Hospital.
And there's an insurance company.
No, the Manor's on 14th.
Okay.
There's insurance? No.
There's one right around there on the corner there.
And that's up on Chrome and 10th, I think, you're talking about.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other comments from the public?
Mr. Chairman, I believe on First Avenue too, there are some triplexes or duplexes. I know there are multi-family units along First Avenue between 12th and 13th and 11th. Right. That would be south of the next hearing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr.
Mrs. Springer, she mentioned floodlights. Is there something that she was informed about having floodlights for this property?
No, I haven't been informed. I'm just asking that they will not flood the actual area if that goes through.
Is that something that you think he would agree to?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Newman, we would have to comply with whatever the code requires, and if there's site lighting required in a parking lot, then we would have to comply with that.
But there wouldn't be floodlights pointing to her property?
Oh, floodlights, no, of course not. We don't need to put floodlights pointing on anybody's property.
I would just want to make sure her concern is satisfied.
God bless you.
When the applicant comes in, well, first off, let's understand that floodlights are allowed on a residential home. So whether it's residential or business, that's not the point. However, when they come in for when they rezone it and they want to come in for business, there are things that they have to adhere to. Lighting requirements for the city, and at this moment, floodlights are not part of our...
John Cars, Northwest 13th Street. I'm up here just to make a comment. I can't believe that you people up here are making decisions without even going to look at the property. I don't believe any of you have been up there to see this property. How can you vote on anything like this if you don't see it? You're just taking something off a piece of paper?
Sir, most of us received this package in time, ahead of time, and there's quite a few of us that drive to the area and look at the surrounding area and look at the property itself. So it's not like we pick up the package and just vote on it without seeing the actual area that we're voting on. And a lot of times we take a drive around and see even the movement of traffic, and our comments are based on, and our decisions are based a lot of times on even the traffic in the surrounding area, not just the property itself.
I served on a zoning board in this city for 10 years, back in the 60s. And every piece of business that came up before this board, every member of the zoning board went out and viewed the property, inspected it, to make sure that they're making the right decisions. And I think this is wrong if you're okay an ordinance or an application without even looking at it. Because some of you are really confused. You don't know where this address is. And that's a shame. Too much of this going on. I live at Northwest 13th Street in the same house since 1948. And I want to keep it that way. It's residential, and I don't care for any of these businesses coming in. If they want business, put them on Crow Avenue. Put them on US 1. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, all I can say is that I did visit the property, and it was Sunday, and just last Sunday. But at this stage in my life, I have a tendency to forget things. I'm really sorry. I didn't really check to see if there were any other businesses around. But I did notice that there were multifamily residences, and some of the yards in the area are not really well kept. And I think that to make this a professional office, as the future land use plan dictates, you may end up with better neighbors than if you are having tenants or duplexes or triplexes. Again, the property will be used Monday through Friday, 9 to 5. No weekends, no children screaming in the backyards or front yards or whatever. So I think it actually gives you more quiet use of the neighborhood. And whatever restrictions that need to be placed by the Building and Zoning Department when the permit is pulled to convert these residences into offices, they will comply with. Landscaping, buffers, privacy fences, whatever is required, they will comply.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board? The applicant? Any other comments?
I think to be fair, we really have to determine if the trend is going to be professional offices 2-3 blocks or more off of Chrome, we have to decide that and reaffirm that that's what we want. If that's the case, and the business is made tastefully, then we would have to approve it. On the other hand, if I can certainly see the gentleman's point, he's been there since 1948. He'd like to keep it a residential district. The problem is, I think the day is already passed for that. It's not going to be. It's mixed at the moment, and if you had a crystal ball, I'd predict that it's not going to be mixed in the future. There's going to be more offices, and that's the way cities expand. Sorry for those people that are there, but if that's the decision that's already been made, I think that we are going to have to move ahead with that and not make exceptions.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Doctor.
I'd also like to add, I agree with you that besides that, you have to remember that the hospital is right there. And this is a good way for medical offices and, to be conveniently located close to the hospital. I realize we have a new hospital coming in, but they're certainly not going to tear down that facility. It will be used for some type of medical purposes, I believe.
Any other questions from the board? To the public or the applicant? Any questions from the public? If not, we'll close and ask for a motion for approval of the rezoning of this property from R1 to B1A. Do I hear motion?
I'll move.
So moved.
I'll second it.
And seconded by Mr. Narito.
Mr. Narito?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Dr. Raines?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Newman? Yes. Chairman Avia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the next item on your quasi-judicial public hearing agenda is public hearing number 2005-115. The applicant is requesting rezoning from R1 one-family district to B1A professional business restricted district. The location is 1209 Northwest 1st Avenue. Again, this is public hearing number 2005-115.
Again, for the record, my name is Martin Schneider with the Eiler Planning Group. This item is directly west of the last item we just heard. It's on that corner of Northwest 12th Street and Northwest 1st Avenue. Directly across Northwest 1st Avenue is the hospital, and just north of the hospital is a nursing home. Just south of the property is a motel. So there are residential units directly around this lot, but the area is a mix of multifamily, office, large, the hospital site and that type of thing. I just want to clarify that because with the last one, it didn't show the hospital to the west because we just put what's the immediate site next to it, and that site was the residential, which we're talking about now. So again, this is a rezoning request from R1 to Professional Business Restricted District, which is B1A. It's only 0.14 acres, and I believe it's the same owner as the property next to it, but it still has to be looked at separately. Again, because it's a small site in an infill area, there should not be a problem with supplying adequate public facilities. Again, the code compliance, if the rezoning is granted, this site will need to meet all zoning district code requirements, including setbacks, parking, lighting, landscaping, and buffering. There were no adverse comments at the Development Review Committee, and that committee does look at issues such as traffic and whether there's enough water, sewer, that type of stuff, electric hookups. So again, staff does recommend approval of the proposed rezoning from single-family residential to professional business district. Thank you.
Any questions from the board of the city? There are no questions of the board.
Mr. Chairman, Gail Springer on behalf of the applicant, Eric Johnson, GSD Group. I have nothing more to say other than I think it's all been said. This property does directly abut the last property that you looked at, and the purpose for rezoning is to comply with the master land use plan and to convert it into offices.
If we assume these offices are going to be tasteful?
What is that here?
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly hope so. You know, I don't know that the city has any architectural, I guess they do have architectural review capacity. But then again, you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure, so, you know, I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
If I may add to that a little bit, one of the things, since this will be a business, it will be governed by the city's color standards, et cetera, so we're going to have an opportunity to look at it at that point as well. Plus, the building department will look at it from a standpoint of how it's put together and what they're doing to it. If indeed the residence stays like the first one you talked about, basically similar to where it is, really very little is going to be done. If they decide to take it down entirely and start over again, we look at it from scratch, and that's a different ballgame.
Mrs. Springer, you were able to describe how tasteful the Jones lots were with regards to the maintenance of their parking lots and their landscape and so forth. That's the sort of assurance that I wanted to hear with regards to these new buildings as well.
Mr. Chairman, I can only say the same exact thing, that the codes will be complied with. The regulations for parking and landscaping will be upheld. I'm positive also, I mean, people have spent good money on these properties. I don't think they want to see it run down. I think they want to upgrade the area, and without him here to reconfirm that, you know, I don't want to put words in his mouth, the applicant's mouth, but I would say that whatever is required, and maybe a little bit over and above that, will be done.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
When I drove by it last night, it looked like it was in pretty decent shape. It looked like it had just been freshly painted. It was a pretty yellow color. So to me, I was just curious, since the same owner has those two sites next to each other, would there be any thought of combining the two where they could share common parking instead of two separate situations? That would even make it a nicer situation if that kind of merged into one business for those two lots. Any discussion with the owner on that?
Mr. Chairman, we have not actually discussed that, but he did say that he wanted to use one of the units as a real estate office and the other as a title company. So it's very possible that he would want to combine them. It would make a lot of sense, as you say, but I will not commit that he will combine them. He may be using them separately.
And, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, may I add a comment that that's the current intent of the use of the property, but it could be something else in the future?
Mr. Chairman, assuming that's correct, whatever uses would fit into the B1A district.
Okay. Any other questions to the board of the applicant? If not, I'll open the floor to public hearing. Any comments from the public regarding this application? Any comments from the public? If not, I'll close the public hearing. And if there are no further questions, I ask for a motion for approval of 2005-15 from R1 to B1A, Professional Business Restricted District. Do I hear a motion?
I so move.
Second. Motion by Ms. Shelley and seconded by the doctor.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Dr. Raines?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Newman?
Yes.
Mr. Norito?
Yes.
Chairman Avia?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure as always.
Next item, 2005-69, has been deferred to the 15th of
That is correct. The next item, public hearing number 2005-69, for site plan approval for Homestead Pavilion, has been deferred until a date certain of March 15th.
Can I just bring up an issue with, as far as this 2005-69, it's deferred, but my question is, we've seen a lot of notoriety about this prior to this meeting, and it's now being deferred. In fact, there was a large article in the paper. There was a special call meeting from the city council about the issue. So we're kind of like the cart rather than the horse on that issue. Is there any special situation that's happened with it?
They've actually only come to the city council to actually purview them what they're proposing. If you recall, I potentially had mentioned to you and staff had mentioned to you in previous meetings that this application or potential application of this magnitude would be coming before you as well. So the actual start of the process, they've already been to DRC, and now they'll be coming to you for site plan approval on this application. So you'll get the everything that went to council was just an overview of what they were proposing. It'll be coming to you at the next meeting. They just still have to our staff is still doing review on the project before it comes to you. So that's where we are at this point.
Mr. Powell, let me add another thing to the same information James is providing. When they went to DRC, staff had a couple of comments. One of the major items was the size of the parking space. They asked for a variance. Staff said, for practical purposes, we cannot give you that variance. This has to be a policy issue because it's much beyond what Alfredo could do as a variance for urban design. And so rather than bring it to you and have that same discussion, concern, and you may be turning it down, and still because we also had to have the traffic study which has been submitted, none of that was ready to bring to you. But even if we brought it to you with a smaller size spacing request, you couldn't approve it. So rather than go through the time of bringing it in front of you and say we can't do this, the applicant decided to, since it has to be that specific issue has to be a policy issue, they brought it to the committee of the whole to discuss it as a policy issue, and also indicating, I think correctly so, and we're bringing the parking thing to shortly, saying that for a project of that size, our original code for parking was not really set up for that. So parameters have been set up in terms of what needs to change. The other thing... The other thing that they brought to the college, just to give them an idea, is the difference between what they're looking for as a right, the size of it, and possible future RAC designations, which is different than a DRI, less involved than a DRI for a future second. Just to get that across in general, see what council thought. So basically, you will get the full presentation on the 15th in terms of what they're doing. The reason I went there, so when they bring it to you, they could bring it to you with the 9x19 already in code, or at least in the process of in code, so you don't have the reason to argue about that specific item itself. There was not an end run, it's just the fact they had to go through from a policy decision.
I mean, in sum, just to add what Rick said, the policy decision was whether or not the size of the parking spaces for commercial, or any commercial zoning district, or any commercial project should actually be changed. And because maybe on a large scale it doesn't really work and it doesn't fit the true development, and that was a code amendment or a code change that would need to be changed. No one could ever ask for the variance and be granted the variance because you would never be able to meet the variance criteria in the code because it's a self-created hardship. So it's a policy decision that is a legislative matter that we need to get direction from council on. That did go to council. They discussed it as a policy matter at the committee of the whole meeting and directed staff to provide new requirements for parking in regards to commercial, to make parking throughout the city standard. So later on, under your legislative items, your agenda, you'll be looking at a proposed code amendment in regards to the parking standards.
I thought we fought hard to get it to 10 by 20.
Yeah.
I'll leave that to staff. That's the policy decision that's been directed.
Did we work very hard to get to that point?
Ma'am, let's wait until we get to that item, and then we can discuss it then, rather than there's an interlude, because
let's wait till we get to the
which will be two items down the line.
By you all can take place at that level. But for any other purpose on this agenda item, it's been deferred. So I would ask for you to defer all comments or conversation on this item until it comes back before you until March 15th.
I just have can I ask a follow-up question for staff? I know when it was supposed to come before us today, there was no traffic study done. Will we get the traffic study by the 15th?
That is one of the main reasons for the deferment, because the traffic study came in at the last minute. We want to be able to have our traffic consultant look at it, discuss it with the client, and hopefully within those 2 weeks we'll at least all be on the same page, or at least know where we have differences.
Okay, good.
Thank you for asking my question. I'm going to beat them out.
Pardon?
I said, thank him for asking my question. That was coming. I looked through his package, up, down, across, and everything. I don't see nothing.
Well, that's again one of the reasons that we had talked with the applicant, and we decided to defer it to make sure that we bring you as much information as possible so that you have the ability to make a decision, hopefully an informed decision.
That was your promise in January. I remember that.
Mr. Taylor, it's not coming back without that, because obviously, again, without getting too involved, if I bring it back without it, you can just bounce it. So rather than getting in that possible position, we discussed it, so we need to bring it to you with a result, with a comment. Now, we may not all agree with it, you may not agree with it, but at least it's there to talk about. Yes, sir.
As most things are on a time frame, this was set, and our staff just hadn't had time to adequately review and come before you with a full data, with a full review of the data analysis. So we're just deferring the item until such time, till the 15th, and hopefully by then everything will be worked out, and it'll come back before you.
Thank you, Councilor.
The next item on your agenda under the quasi-judicial public hearing is Public Hearing 2006-13. It's an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, adopting the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan and rezoning approximately 357 acres within the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan to Planned Urban Neighborhood, PUN, for property located east of Southwest 187th Avenue, Redland Road, west of US 1, south of Southwest 320th Street, Maury Drive, and north of Southwest 328th Street, Lucy Street, as legally described in Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date. This is public hearing number 2006-13.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Rick Stotts, the Assistant City Manager and Executive Director of the Community Redevelopment Agency. Before you, you have a review of the Southwest Master Plan and the rezoning of the property to planned urban neighborhood for the roughly 357 acres of the Southwest area. This plan has been in formulation for approximately 2 years. It has been before you on several different occasions, and I'm not here today to totally re-review the whole plan again. What I would like to talk to you about is firstly the changes as they relate to the plan as you've seen it before, and discuss any issues in relation to the rezoning. At your request and at the request of others, we have made several changes in the plan since the last time you saw it, and that's what I would like to update you on. It has been a concern of many property owners, particularly those in the industrial area more than anywhere else, that this plan not impact their ability to continue to use their property for the existing purposes that they're being used for. It was specifically put both into the plan and later, as you will see in code, that the property use may continue for property without regard to its use, be it residential, be it commercial, be it industrial, be it multifamily. No matter what the plan calls for the use of the property that sits under that use may continue. Someone can sell the property, and that use may continue for the person who buys the property. They may pass it on to their heirs, and that use may continue for their property. They can sell their corporation to their employees, and that use can continue. There is no restriction on that at all. The only restrictions are these. One, if the property use discontinues for a year, all grandfathering rights are lost. And secondly, you can't change it from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. If the use changes, it must change to a conforming use. As an example, in a multifamily area where you have a single-family residence, you could not change that non-conforming single-family residence to a retail grocery store, because that would be a non-conforming use in the multifamily area. So it can't change from one non-conforming use to another. But someone could continue to live in that home as a single-family residence, pass it on to their kids, sell it to somebody else, and that use could continue in perpetuity until such time as the use changes or the owner wants to change the use. Secondly, there has been some concern, particularly by those who own multifamily units in the Southwest, that the plan would restrict their either continued use or the redevelopment of their multifamily properties at existing densities. The plan has been changed such that those multifamily units may continue at their same density in perpetuity. If someone needs to demolish their multifamily unit and rebuild it, they may do so at the existing density without regard to the maximum density allowed in the plan, as long as where they're building it is conforming. If you had a multifamily unit in a single-family detached home area, you could not tear it down and rebuild it as a multifamily unit because it would be in a single-family area. That kind of issue aside, if someone has a multifamily apartment complex in the Southwest planning area, they may demolish it, rehabilitate it, rebuild it, and maintain the existing density that they have. There was concern on staff's part about the affordable housing or workforce housing component in the plan, because the plan requires that in all developments, 15% of the housing be workforce or affordable housing. There was concern about those who may buy many different pieces of property and develop them one at a time in an attempt to avoid the workforce housing requirements. So the plan has been amended so that any number of units developed by a single developer for 6 or more in any 12-month period kick in the affordable or workforce housing components on the 6th and succeeding development. So somebody can't build a series of 6 or 8 quadplex townhouses and avoid the affordable housing component of the Southwest Master Plan simply by doing them 4 at a time. Also, the plan has been amended so that in the downtown mixed use component of the plan area, where we are encouraging the downstairs retail and the upstairs residential. We've had several comments that since retail follows rooftops, there may be instances where, particularly early on, someone is building retail spaces downstairs, residential upstairs, and they may have a difficulty renting those downstairs for retail or office purposes. And the plan has been amended to allow an owner of that kind of property, as part of a development agreement with the city, to rent out those first floor units for residential purposes for a period of up to 5 years. While the area is converting to more residential, we're not interested in having a developer or a property owner build something he cannot rent for a retail or office and having to sit there empty. The only restriction on this is that it must be converted within 5 years back to retail, and while it is occupied as residential, it cannot be sold. We are not going to get into an argument with someone who's bought a first floor unit and maybe didn't do their due diligence and thinking they can continue using it for housing when that use is going to discontinue. We're not going to have somebody coming before this board and before the city council 5 years from now saying, I didn't know when I bought that I couldn't live in it forever. Well, it cannot be sold while it's in use for residential purposes. That's the one restriction. There have been several places in the plan where scrivener's errors, typos, consistency has been corrected and modified, but those are the big changes in the plan since we presented it to you last. But the biggest issue that we have had so far, and in phone calls we've had so far, is people who are concerned about, I have property that I use for this purpose, am I going to be able to continue using it for that purpose? And the answer is yes, as long as you don't try to change its use, or 2, don't discontinue its use for more than a year.
So all those little motels along Chrome, just in that segment there before you hit Lucy Street, can continue to be so within the confines of this particular legislation.
Yes, sir. We're not in the confines of this plan trying to force anybody to change use or go out of business or anything like that. As with any future land use map change, your hope is that over time, those uses will transition from one use to another use, as we've seen with some issues this morning from residential to B1A. And we hope to see some of the same things within the Southwest as it develops. But nobody's going to be put out of business because of the adoption of this plan.
What would be the impact, or what could be some of the possible uses when the busway comes through in that the right or the south or the western or eastern portion of this particular area that's delineated here?
All of the uses paralleling the busway, except for 2 small spots where you have Everglades lumber, which is industrial, and another area where we hope to create a small pocket park. Other than those 2 areas in the southwest, all the property that abuts the busway is either downtown mixed use or neighborhood mixed use. Again, with the attempt to try to create opportunities for the downstairs retail and the upstairs residential. Though in neighborhood mixed use, the retail use on the bottom is a little more restricted than in the downtown mixed use. Along the busway, one of the requirements in the plan is that as buildings are constructed, they literally have to have 2 facades, because the busway is not the entrance to any of those properties, and the rear facade must parallel the front facade, because we don't want the back of the buildings facing the busway to be unattractive or be as you see in so many apartments, the ugly side of the building. The front and the 2 sides are nice, and the back is ugly. Well, we're not looking to see that in the Southwest, where things parallel the busway. The back facing the busway will have to be attractive as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Newman?
The retail, when it's on the bottom and they're allowed to rent it for 5 years, when does that begin? Is that when the tenant is found or when the CO is given on the building? When does that 5 years begin, and how is it regulated at the end of 5 years? How is it shut off?
Okay, we would enter into a development agreement with someone who wishes to do that, just like there's a development agreement on a PUD. And
that last one I didn't get you.
Like there's a development agreement on a PUD.
On what?
A PUD.
It didn't like that word with you.
Plan unit development. Doesn't like the D coming out of my mouth, I guess. And that would be, I hate to use the word unique, but negotiated with that property owner for that particular property.
So it could go more than 5 years if he doesn't find a tenant for a year? Or how do we start the timeline?
I can only tell you what I can suspect or expect, that the development agreement would begin with the CO.
And then it would go for 5 years, and how does that regulate? All of a sudden 5 years is up, they have a tenant in there, what happens? Do they have a right to come for extension to the end of the lease?
They will have to, as a landlord, have a business license and buy a new business license every year. So it'll be through the business licensing process that at the end of 5 years, we will no longer issue them a business license, and that will trigger code enforcement if they have continued residential use.
So technically, it could go to the end of the 5th year, so almost 6 years, before they would not get a renewed of their business license, and the tenant would have to be out.
Yes.
Okay. Because I know that's going to come up, how you determine how long somebody is, who's regulated, how do you get them out of there afterwards, and all those things.
And we may have to, in our code enforcement or permitting process, develop a tag system so that 5 years from now, a flag comes up and says this rental right on this property is expiring in 90 days.
Or perhaps require that the lease be attached to the licensing, and that date ends the same date as the end of the licensing.
Could be. We really don't want to try to get into the reviewing of licensing of leasing of individual units, because it will be the property as a whole that it will end at 5 years, not on any one particular unit. So at 4 years and 6 months, if I wanted to rent that downstairs unit for residential, there's only 6 months left.
But unless you regulate somehow that expiration date has to the same date, it could go beyond that, and then all of a sudden now that lease is in effect when the 5 years is up.
Yes, but then that property owner is going to have to deal with our code enforcement folks and with his tenant, and that's going to be his big problem if he has leased it beyond the 5-year period.
Is there any provision for extension, or is that going to, we'll deal with that in 5 years?
That would have to come that would have to go to City Council. I mean, there's not going to be any administrative wiggle room from our standpoint. Somebody's going to have to go to City Council and plead their case.
Yeah, because I love, the concept is great. My fear is that it's easy once the tenant's there, and, who wants to go ahead and go through the expense of now looking for the retail, that kind of thing.
Mr. Stotzer, this is a letter we received this morning regarding Dotson Joe's Junkyard. Is that going to impair this person from doing business, or his business will continue?
This change will not impair him being able to do business. In fact, I met with Johnny on one occasion not too long ago, 2-3 months. And I know he wanted it in writing and on the record, but it was explained to him at that time that the change in the master plan would not put him out of business. Now, we hope to ultimately acquire those properties in some way or see them develop into other uses other than, I hate to use the word junkyards, I mean, that's what everybody calls them, because though he does the best he can, it is unsightly. And over time, as that neighborhood develops, we would like to see that property turned into other uses. Part of it remains industrial along Maui, and part of it would transition to traditional multifamily neighborhood, multifamily housing. But that may not happen within the tenure review on this board and me as the CRA director. I mean, no telling when that's going to happen. It will take a while.
Okay.
Thank you. But nothing impairs him from continuing with his existing use. Unless he closes it down.
For 1 year.
For 1 year.
And then it
has to conform.
Then it has to conform.
And that means that you need to come in and renew an occupational license.
Or apply for one.
Or apply, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
Rick, on the east side of the city, I know industrial could turn to B2, B3. What can we do, as for instance, say down in the Southwick section, a guy get an industrial permit, and next thing you know, you want to turn it into after time, you want to change it into a pool hall, a recreation area, this or that. What can we do to alleviate that? Because I really don't think, for zoning purposes, I know they could do it in the east side of the big box operation, but I really don't think that would be something that we would need down there.
Well, in our industrially zoned land, the B2 and the B3 uses, it's my understanding, roll into them as permitted uses with a couple of exceptions. If it's the desire of this board, we could recommend a change to the council that would remove some of those uses in the southwest neighborhood. As you're talking about it, there probably are some B2 and B3 uses of that industrial property that may not be appropriate, particularly if we wish to keep that property for true industrial job-creating uses. There are uses that generate a few jobs but don't generate much jobs for the land it takes up, like a self-service laundry or those kinds of things that might be permittable in an industrial area because they're a B2 or a B3 use, but may not really be what was envisioned in the plan for the industrial property. So if it would be the desire of this board, we could suggest that change to the council where we carry it forward to review the retail and commercial uses in B2 and B3 and what we don't think is appropriate for the southwest neighborhood, exclude them from an eligible use.
Well, I would love to do that because, being supporting my friends in here, being down there as many times as I have, and lived down there and all that other stuff, I see uses down there that is not comparable with the area. And I would love to have this written in stone, so it can't be changed down the road. So what do we have to do, Mr. Attorney? Do we have to make a motion?
I'm a little unclear exactly what you all are proposing, because right now the way the code reads is under industrial, there's a list of permitted uses in industrial, and only that list of permitted uses is allowed in industrial in the southwest neighborhood.
Does it roll the B2 and the B3 uses in there at the top, though, as allowed uses?
James, look at the permitted uses. It says any use permitted in the Southwest Neighborhood Redevelopment Plan commercial districts, and then it says and these additional industrial uses.
With the exception of daycare centers, nurseries, or schools, unless otherwise permitted by special exception as set forth below.
So what they're saying, I think, is that they could add some more exceptions that you don't want certain commercial uses
well, we
going in.
know right now then.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. So we'll have to get direction from you right now, or from staff right now, to add it to this list, because this is the adoption of the master plan.
Well, I wouldn't want what? Pool hall? Huh? No. Strip joint? joints and all that stuff. Yeah, that's a good...
Well, adult entertainment is already
Right,
excluded.
those uses would have to go for a special exception anyways, or some other, so, it could be turned down.
Well, like we have over here, what's this, dancing and, what else we have? See a lady back there shaking her head?
3 a.m. bar?
What we're discussing right now is we're discussing certain commercial uses that would not fit into the industrial district, that you want to preclude from the industrial district. Right now, the way the Southwest neighborhood, the industrial, the hierarchy's played out is that in the industrial use, you allow certain you allow to carry over those commercial district uses to allow them in industrial, with the exception of a few. Those are listed, it's just a few. And it's a whole list of prohibited, and there's a whole list of prohibited uses as well. Now, what may help you a minute, because if you look at the, let me just digress for a second because this is important for them to realize. If you look at the proposed ordinance, the other ordinance, which is 2006-18, it's the new draft that Fran gave you. You'll have one that has 2006-18 typed on the top of it, and then you also have another one that doesn't have anything typed on the top of it.
I believe it's 2006-19, James.
2006-19, I'm sorry. Anyway, if you look in that ordinance, that is actually a codification of what the Southwest neighborhood what the PUN zoning district is going to be. And in there, the different sub-districts are laid out. If you turn with me to, it doesn't have a page number on it, I believe, but if you look at, page 4, toward the end, one of the last districts is industrial. You can read with me through this language. It says the purpose of the industrial subdistrict is, then it goes through permitted uses, and it lists all these permitted uses. Okay? Right here. Now, I want you to see, if you turn right before, there is a list of, if you look to commercial, the commercial district, right? The district right before is commercial, and it lists permitted uses, and then it actually also lists prohibited uses. And these are all the the uses that are prohibited. Staff has gone through the code and analyzed all the permitted uses under commercial districts and have picked out exactly which ones are not consistent with the Southwest neighborhood and have precluded those from the list of permitted uses within the code. Am I correct?
Within the commercial area.
Within the commercial area. So these would also be prohibited in the industrial district since they're prohibited in the commercial district.
Okay.
So it's a hierarchy. So if the commercial uses here that are prohibited pursuant to this commercial subdistrict, they're prohibited. So when you flip to industrial, those uses will also be prohibited. So look through this briefly. Look through, if there's something else in industrial that you think isn't consistent, then we can add that as well. Okay. But this is the point, Mr. Taylor, at which we need to do it because once it hits you, it won't be coming back to you.
That's what I'm saying. That's my reason for that was my reason for bringing it up now.
Right. I thought this would be helpful for you to look at because this is actually the same wording, and this is everything laid out, the codification of the big, 700-page master plan, more or less. It reduces each one of those districts down to the bare minimum of what are permitted uses.
Yeah, I just got this because, in other words, there's certain things I just don't want to. I just didn't look over all of this here.
In the area that is marked as we've got commercial first, and then when we get to industrial, it does the same thing as the other one: purpose, permitted uses, and then it doesn't go to prohibited uses. It just goes to building types, lot size, so...
Right, because there's, the theory being that those prohibited uses are already going to be denoted. Instead of repeating the whole thing all over again, you just say everything allowed in B3 is allowed in industrial,
Okay.
and all those uses are prohibited, so therefore they're prohibited in the industrial as well.
Okay, so
And that's the way our code reads too. If you go to the code and you read industrial, it says everything in B3 is hereby allowed in industrial. It's like a, pyramid scheme, if you will, toward the, that in commercial and industrial.
Okay. Not
Now, if he wants to add other things into that,
So if he wants to add,
he can propose it now, right?
well, what we can do is in the language right here on if you look at industrial, it says permitted uses, and it says any use permitted in Southwest Neighborhood Redevelopment Plan commercial districts, with the exception of daycare centers, nurseries, or schools, unless otherwise permitted by special exception. So do you want to add pool halls or something else?
Yeah, I would, but with a matter of time constraint here, I would much rather read this a little bit deeper to see, what premises does fit some of my recommendations.
Okay.
So can we revisit this?
Do you want to defer the item right now?
March 15th, is that what?
No, I just want to take some time to read it.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we can... All right, well, let's just leave the caveat that we're going to work on this provision and come back to it before you all take a vote and recommendation and continue on with the meeting.
Thank you.
Continue on with any other questions from staff and then the public hearing on this.
Right. Just that very thing. Any other questions from staff of the board?
If I could, well, no, because we're not actually. When we get to this ordinance, I'll make some changes to it as well. But because you're adopting the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan at this point, I would like to get Mr. Taylor's comment so that, because this is the actual adoption of the plan, and if there's something that he wants prohibited in the industrial, we need to at least note that and make changes at this point. So we can come back and visit this section, have some time to think about it, but move on with any public comments at this point, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I just check one thing? So James, we're talking about still completing that discussion today, but let him read in the meeting. Okay, let me ask you one question if I might. We started off with 13, and 13 is the zoning itself. Don't we need to do 13?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rick. I just...
No, I want to make sure they realize that the first one they're doing, basically, for my own verbiage, is creating a big block of space.
Yes. Just for clarification purposes, you're back on public hearing number 2006-13, and that is the actual adoption of the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, and also the rezoning of the area which incorporates the master plan.
Okay, good. So for practical purposes,
For practical purposes, what they're doing is they're creating the approval of the big blue-green space.
Yes. That number 11 on the future land use map right there, last year, that was the future land use map, the comprehensive change that denoted that whole area as planned urban neighborhood. And in order to implement planned urban neighborhood, you need to adopt a planned urban neighborhood zoning district, okay? Now, there may be more than one planned urban neighborhood in the city at some point in time, but right now, the only planned urban neighborhood is the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan. So, the zoning district that's being created is the Southwest Neighborhood Planned Urban Neighborhood. So, there's a master plan which will guide the development and regulations for number 11, the turquoise area there, and that's the planned urban that's the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan. And what you're doing at the same time is you're actually rezoning the property. to planned urban neighborhood a new zoning category, a new zoning district. So there are two ordinances that are running parallel. One is the quasi-judicial public hearing on the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan adoption and the rezoning, and then you also have a legislative matter because, in effect, what you're doing is we're creating a new zoning category to add to our already existing list of zoning districts. So, you know, if you look at the code, it'll read R1, R2, RTH, B1A, B1, B2, you know, industrial, neighborhood, traditional neighborhood development. And then the next new zoning category we're making is called planned urban neighborhood. And so basically the text of that is going to mirror, for the Southwest area, mirror what's in the plan itself. So maybe that helps frame what you're doing here. It's a little complicated, but I just want you to be aware that that's the parallel structure in which we're working under right now. So, what we need to do now, Mr. Chair, is, if there are no more questions from the board to the staff, you can open the meeting to the public and take comments from the public in regards to the proposed Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan and the rezoning.
I think with all due respect, Counselor, maybe we take a 10-minute break and let everybody, unless you think we should...
I think we need to move straight through this. Right.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that then. If anybody needs to, they can excuse themselves. So we'll go ahead and do that and take comments from the public regarding this quasi-judicial item of public hearing 2006-13.
Mr. Chair, can I ask the staff one quick question maybe? Because we kind of jumped around from one to another as far as addressing what's within the Southwest Master Plan. One of my questions was the 25-acre block as far as what's needed to be a planned neighborhood. Why such a small area when, you know, that's really not a...
There's a difference between a planned urban neighborhood right here and a planned urban development.
Correct.
This neighborhood could probably never rise to the level of a planned urban development simply because it's already populated with houses and businesses and industry and people, and it would take tens and tens and tens, hundreds of millions of dollars to buy everything out in this neighborhood, scrape ground, and then try to do what we typically call a planned urban development for the whole area. However, our code allows a planned urban development for, is it 10 or 20 acres, Marty?
It's 20.
So, yeah, I mean, if someone could, within our planned urban neighborhood, do a 20-acre planned urban development if they could accumulate 20 contiguous acres.
Right.
I don't know if I'm answering your question, Steve.
Kind of. I didn't understand how, because to me, in my mind, this planned urban neighborhood is like on a larger scale. At least in this case, it's a large-scale Southwest, master plan. And so to me, 25 acres is your typical small neighborhood. So I don't see how you're making a huge plan fit into a small area. It just seems, I'm confused.
That was just setting a minimum.
Right.
And there might not be any neighborhood that comes in and wants to take advantage of this provision, but we wanted to pick some number, and we picked 25 acres, because if a small neighborhood did want to do their own plan, hire their own planner to develop a plan, we would, consider their plan.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
We didn't want it to happen with 5 acres.
Right, correct.
6 blocks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any other questions to the city from the board? If not, we'll go ahead and open up the floor to the public for any public comments regarding this issue.
State your name.
Please step up to the mic, state your name.
And I would just like to point out, if you're coming up to speak to the mic and you walked in after the clerk has sworn in, you will need to be sworn in, so please state if you've been sworn in or not.
No, I have not been sworn in.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Does anyone else wish to speak? If so, please stand. Raise your right hand.
you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated.
When you come to the podium to speak, please state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Marie Becker. My address is 77 Southwest 8th Avenue, Homestead. I'm a local business owner in the proposed designated area, and I strongly oppose the city of Homestead rezoning our industrial property.
Your address is what, ma'am?
My address is 77 Southwest 8th Avenue.
May I be so bold as to ask what your reason and what you foresee?
What I foresee is I don't like the idea of the city having control over the future of my industrial property that I've owned for 35 years. I presently have a business there that we've been there for about 30 years in the same location, and I'm very concerned about the city having control over my property.
What is your business?
Steel business. We do steel sales. You probably never even heard of us. We're very low-key. We're in an industrial part of the city, and, we'd like it to stay like that.
This is not going to change your business at all, though.
This is not going to change. Rick, can you respond?
If I may, the parcel that she is talking about in the plan remains industrial. It is not going to even be a non-conforming use. It will continue as a conforming use, just as it is right now. If a hurricane came and blew it down and the ground had to be scraped, she could rebuild exactly what's there right now, or change it to some other industrial use. If she didn't want to be a steel manufacturer or steel distributor, she could put any other allowable industrial use on the property. It's not changing her use or her rights to her property at all.
It's not changing my use or my right, but what if I were to sell the property?
It's industrial. You could sell it and it could be changed by whoever bought it to any allowable industrial use.
Okay, that's not the way it was explained to me. It was explained to me completely the opposite. That if the property were sold, that the city of Homestead would have the right to come in and enforce the urban development in that area.
No, ma'am. That property is industrial now and will continue in industrial use in the future.
Well, then I have no objection to that. That's simple.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, please. Please state your name and address for the record, if you would.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Orestes Castro, no relation. I own Eagle Signs. My address is 56 Southwest 4th Street, and I was under the assumption, like the person before me, that if I were to ever sell my warehouse, that the zoning would change. So in that part, I understood what Mr. Stiles has said, and I'm very happy about that, which means I can, to go through it again, if I give it to my kids or if I decide to sell it and retire off of it or something, I can sell it as an industrial warehouse.
It can continue in its same use, yes, sir.
Okay, but even if it's not a sign company, if somebody else decides to put, let's say, a kitchen cabinet.
If you change the permitted, you cannot change. Let me back up a moment. Mr. Castro's business is an area that is currently, prior to this future land use change, designated as downtown mixed use. It has been since 2000, 2001, whenever that change was made. The property in the Southwest Master Plan continues as downtown mixed use. He has an industrial use to which the property is being put and has been put for some time. And Mr. Castro can sell the property and it can continue in the same use. He can give it to his kids, retire, and it can continue in the same use. However, he cannot change it to a different industrial use. He could not do that whether the Southwest Master Plan was being adopted or not. because it has been downtown mixed use in zoning for going on 5 years. And he could not have done that last year, or the year before, or the year before that. Because you cannot change existing uses within a non-conforming use, from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. So he's not losing any right that he has today or had last year or had the year before.
He must sell it as a warehouse to the next
If he is using it as a warehouse, he may continue as a warehouse. If he is using it as a sign company, he can't convert it to a warehouse himself, nor sell it to somebody who wishes to do that.
But he can't sell it to somebody who wants a cabinet company either.
He couldn't convert it to a cabinet company. You could.
He's got to keep it as a warehouse.
Or as a
sign company you have.
Right, but my understanding, the building structure will not change, just the business, the house that is in the building. So if I were to sell the business as Eagle, the building, the warehouse, which houses Eagle signs right now, would I be able to sell it to a manufacturer of kitchen cabinets if he doesn't even alter the building? All he's doing is occupying the space and making kitchen cabinets in place of my signs.
No.
He wouldn't be able to do that. So
only a sign company.
I'm sorry?
Only a sign company.
You could sell it to him, but I don't know what good it's going to be for him to buy it from you, because he can't operate his cabinet company out of that building.
So in other words, if I sell the building, and right now it's industrial, if I sell it, it loses the industrial standing.
Right now, it's zoned industrial with a future land use of downtown mixed use, so you're a legal nonconformity, which means that you can operate your industrial business there, but you're not compliant with the future land use map. Your business is not compliant, correct?
Correct.
So you're able to operate your sign company, and you can sell it as a sign company, and you can give it to your heirs or whatever as a sign company, but only as a sign company, existing and continuing currently how you have it right now. If you, right now, cease operation under the sign company for a period of longer than 90 days, currently under the code, you lose your right to operate the sign company. Under this plan, that 90 days is extended to 1 year. So it's more liberal for you right now. But like Rick stated, there are certain rights that you don't have that set aside this plan that you never had, and this plan doesn't do anything to change those rights for
So
you.
if I sell the building, it would conform to the B1 mixed use and lose its industrial standing. So I wouldn't be able to advertise it and sell it as an industrial warehouse.
If you sold it to someone, if you sold the sign, if you ceased...
No, not Eagle signs. Forget about Eagle signs, just the building. If I sold it to someone, it would lose its industrial standing that it has right now. Yeah, I would have to sell it as a B1 mixed use.
You would have to sell it to something that complies with the profession, it's...
B1. Mixed use.
Downtown
mixed use.
And why, for example, in that area has it been changed to downtown mixed use? Because I have two other issues. My building also houses a mechanic who's a tenant of mine. So what happens if my building is now industrial because it houses the mechanic and Eagle signs, but my mechanic decides to move out and I want to go ahead and rent to a kitchen cabinet manufacturer the other half of my building. It's all together. It's not a separate entity. It's just one huge warehouse divided in two.
Well, again, that would come down to us looking at it from an occupational license perspective, because they would have to come in for an occupational license, and the city's not going to issue an occupational license to an owner or an operator who is not compliant with zoning or non-compliant with the future land use map. So as that comes along, more specifically, we'd have to look at it and address it. But for an in-depth conversation on what you can and can't do with your property in regards to, the uses now or what's in the future, I think you probably should make an appointment to come in and sit down with staff and discuss it more specifically.
Okay, and a piece of land that I have next to that is, when I bought it, zoned industrial as well. It prohibits me from stretching my warehouse to another 2 bays, making it again still one huge entity because of this restriction. So the land that I'm doing, that I have right now, I will not be able to build an addition to my warehouse. I'm not sure, when you bought the property, it was zoned industrial, but what was the future land use map on the property? Well, I don't know. Mr. Losner was my lawyer on the on the matter, and when we closed all the papers and everything, all my paperwork says zone industrial. Nobody had ever...
I don't know. There'll be a question that you'd have to sit down with staff and look at more specifically without seeing anything or looking at anything. I mean, this is more of a conversation that you need to have, make an appointment with staff to come in. It's outside the purview of what this board is looking at for this particular...
Well, no, it's actually within the whole confines that you guys are talking about. And I don't understand why it went to B1 mixed use when right across the street from me I have Blaylock Oil, and to the left of me I have Dion Oil, and they're zoned industrial, and these are places that are not going out of business in the next 20 years at least.
I can't tell you specifically why the city chose to denote the property as downtown mixed use as their future land use map, but obviously that's been something that's been in the works since 2000, I believe.
Right. Before this change in the future land use map, it was already downtown mixed use.
So it's obviously been that way for quite some time.
Right, but isn't this the final step to actually concrete that?
No, your property here is already zoned downtown mixed use. I mean, it already has a future land use designation of downtown mixed use. So your zoning on the property is inconsistent right now with the future land use map of the city, which means that you can operate as industrial, but only limited to what you're doing now. You're a legal non-conforming use. And if how we describe it, if certain factors come in, you lose that status, and you then have to comport with and conform to what's allowed in downtown mixed use.
Okay, so how do I make an appointment to speak with somebody in reference to this matter?
You can call the planning department, or you can walk down the hall right now and make an appointment. Somebody can set an appointment up for you to meet with staff to discuss the matter further.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. How long have you owned the property? I forgot you said. How long have you owned the property?
4 years now. But when I bought it, it was never brought to my attention that this, and the whole thing is that I don't see the whole purpose of it, because everything around me is industrial, starting with Blaylock and Dion, and these are companies that are not going out of business anytime. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with the area. Joe's Radiator is right next door to me. What used to be Joe's, from Dion west towards Redmond Road, there I understand, because you have more of a mix between residential and commercial and retail and stuff like that. But from Dion to Chrome Avenue, which is literally 2 blocks distance, and I'm only half a block from Chrome Avenue, it's all industrial. You got Vicar Auto Repair, that's on the corner of Chrome and Southwest 4th. Then you got Eagle Signs. Across from Eagle Signs, you have Blaylock Oil. Behind Eagle Signs, you have Smitty's Boat. Down the street, you have Homestead Welding, and then the other location of Blaylock Oil and Dion Oil. And all these businesses have been there, as long as we've been in business, since 77, 30 years, and they're not going anywhere. These are businesses that are still going to be there another 30 years. This is all going to be, of course, east of where the busway is also going to hit. So west of the busway, again, would be behind Dion's Oil, which is more residential and retail limited. But east of there, all it is industrial. And when I bought my property, it was the first property I ever bought to better my situation, give something down to my kids. I bought it with the intention to be able to stretch the 2-bay warehouse that I have to a 4-bay warehouse to the other half acre that I got, which is closer to Chrome as well, but still a block off of Chrome, and put another 2-bay warehouse on there, limited with restrictions, maybe light industrial, maybe even B3.
Did you believe that for an extended period of time, and you mentioned your children several times, that on Chrome Avenue that would remain industrial forever?
No, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, we have the problem with these 18-wheelers. We have the problem with the 18-wheelers driving, across Chrome, and everybody's trying to change all that. I understand the changes, and to some extent I agree with the changes. Better for properties, some are better for business owners, some are not. But in my circumstance, given my location where I'm at, and the businesses that surround me, and the supposedly how long they are going to be there in the future, to me it makes no sense to rezone the land I got next door, or any land east of the busway, in between the busway and Chrome, B1 mixed use. Keep it retail be one on Chrome. So you don't want to put an auto repair, smack dab in the middle of Chrome Avenue if you decide to stretch downtown Chrome Avenue south. But a block in, a half a block in, 2 blocks in, you got businesses in my area that are not going anywhere. So you may differ in opinion, but the reality is Dion Oil will be Dion Oil for the next 30 years, and so will Blaylock. And as long as I'm alive, so will Eagle Signs. My only comforting thought in this whole thing is that this doesn't affect my business. I bought the building knowing that as long as I pay my building, Eagle Signs will exist for now, and if one of my kids decide to take it over as well, for the next generation to come, as it has when I was inherited it from my father, from the previous generation. And so that's been a very comforting thought. But on the same note, everything around me is industrial. Nobody's moving. It's the first property I own in order to make a profit, expand the warehouse, rent them, make money, and become what everybody in the city of Homestead has been able to do at an early age, at a young age. And all of a sudden I can't build a warehouse. Now, to say that you don't want an auto repair, I agree with you, because I have an auto repair that I rent half my building to.
Yeah.
And the moment he leaves, I'd be more than happy to rent it to a kid. Never would another auto industry rent in that section of the building, because they keep the property. It's it's always a mission, arguing with the people, get out, But kitchen cabinetry, plumbing, a simple machine shop, something, anything. Nobody is going to rent across from Dion Oil, or across from Blaylock, or across from Vic Hall, or next to Eagle Signs. Nobody is going to put an attorney's office, or a barber shop, or a convenience store. Nobody's going to put that. So the other alternative is to keep the property vacant.
Okay.
And then you keep the property vacant. I mean, somebody, if I were to sell it, somebody goes ahead and builds something else on their retail. Nobody's going to rent next to Eagle Signs, and I'm not going anywhere, and Blaylock across the street isn't going anywhere, so whoever rents there, an attorney's office, oh yeah, where you see Blaylock, them 3 huge tankers, yeah, make a left there, and we're in that little, it makes absolutely no sense.
Sir, I understand your comments, but in order to get everybody in today,
I understand.
We've got to get
Okay, I just wanted to place in my objection, and I appreciate that you guys had at least notified me, because it says on the bottom of the paper, according to law, it wasn't necessary. So.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Next person, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Moss. My address is 550 Southwest 10th Avenue here in Homestead. I have some questions about the residential use.
What was the address, please, ma'am?
550 Southwest 10th Avenue. And this is about future development. You said that 15% of the land would be set aside of the residential property for affordable workforce housing? For new development?
No, ma'am, that's not exactly what I said.
Okay.
When there is a development, there is a requirement that 15% of the units that are created in that development be set aside or designated for workforce or affordable housing. The only time that trips for single-family housing, because you can't have 15% of one house and have a home.
Right.
Is that if a developer develops 6 individual single-family houses within a 12-month period, he will then on the 6th one trigger the requirements for the workforce housing. So if a developer only built 5 single-family houses in 1 year himself, then he would not trigger the workforce development requirement, because you can't make 15% of a house workforce housing. However, if he were building a 20-unit multifamily apartment complex, he would have to create 3 of those as workforce or affordable housing.
Okay.
So
how are we defining as far as how much it would cost workforce affordable housing?
That cost is a factor of the construction. We're not defining that in any way in the Southwest Master Plan. workforce or affordable housing is defined by the county as a certain percentage of someone's income each and every year. So that will change as time goes along, as incomes change. So today's answer I don't have, but whatever it is, next year the answer will be different.
Okay. Is there any thought to the level of housing that will be going up? For instance, should we expect housing that's similar to the housing near the hospital, or are there no regards to the kind of housing as far as the price of the housing that we're expecting to see in our neighborhood?
The plan calls for new construction of housing to follow a motif of Key West, Conch, Old Bahama, with porches, houses being brought closer to the street, metal roofs, those kinds of things, trying to create a more friendly neighborhood atmosphere so that the theory is people are walking down the street and someone's sitting on the front porch. If the house is brought up closer to the street, a conversation may begin. But if the house is sitting 50 feet back from the street, a conversation is unlikely to take place. So you're trying to create an environment where you can create more of a neighborhood feeling through that. Houses cost what houses cost. So we're not going to ever tell a developer you can't spend more than this building a house, nor can you charge more than this for the house. Much of the workforce housing is done through a subsidy to the buyer. The buyer is still paying near a market price for the structure, but they're receiving some sort of assistance and subsidy. So this is not rent control, nor is it cost control for construction of housing.
Okay. My concern is that we can see with the newer developments from Campbell Drive, and I know that it was said in the newspaper that we're looking for those people who live in Kendall and those areas moving down, and we want to make communities for them. My concern is for the residents that already live here. Is there any thought or conversation given to how people who currently reside in the area, I know that they can continue to reside in their homes, but the property value, their property taxes, is there any kind of conversation or thought given to the increase in those things?
To the increase,
because we're getting new houses into our area, and the plan does not say anything about, so we could realistically get $400,000 homes next to homes that have been there for 40 years, whose value may be less than $100,000. So it would increase the property taxes, I'm assuming, of those people who currently live in the neighborhood.
Conceivably, yes. The homeowner who's in their own home and remains in their home and has a homestead exemption can only see their property taxes rise 3% per year. I mean, that's state law. That's the whole Save Our Homes initiative. So if someone built a $400,000 home right next to my home that's worth $100,000, the fact that they built that $400,000 home doesn't drive up the taxes on my home. It may raise its value, but it doesn't drive up the taxes because I have a homestead exemption, and because of that, that property taxes can't rise more than 3% a year, which they probably would rise that much whether the $400,000 home was built there or not in the South Dade market. So for the homeowner, it probably makes no difference. For the rental property owner, it may make a difference because he doesn't have any cap on the rise of the taxes of his property because it's not homeowner occupied with a homestead exemption for rental property. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question, but the homeowner there who remains in their home is not going to get damaged tax-wise. Hopefully they're going to be enhanced property value-wise, so if they ever wish to sell it, they will end up with more money out of it.
Okay. And for those people who already have homes there, will there be any kind of regulations as far as getting the pre-existing homes up to any kind of code, any exterior things that we would have to do, or any kind of restrictions on the redoing our houses or doing renovation on the homes that are already there?
The restriction, I believe, will come with the amount of work that you do. There is a statute, city code, that if you spend more than 50% of a home's value remodeling or rehabilitating it, that you must bring it up to current code. And that's anywhere in the city. That's got nothing to do with the Southwest neighborhood. So if someone were rehabilitating, remodeling a house in the Southwest neighborhood that, say, was worth $150,000, and they were spending $80,000 on the remodeling of it, they would have to bring the house up to current code, which would trigger the housing motif styles in the Southwest Master Plan. However, they were simply putting a roof on it or building a porch and weren't approaching that $80,000. They would not trigger the requirements of the Southwest Master Plan. They would simply be subject to city code on how you put a roof on and the structural integrity of the porch and that kind of thing.
Okay. Thank you for your answers. And just for further reference or for further note, as a resident of this area, and I've heard some other folks say too, that if the city could do a better job informing the residents who surely this will impact. On the notice it stated that it was not necessary for us to be notified of this public hearing. And I don't know who chose the wording, but it sounded rather condescending. So if in the future, when these kind of major changes will happen for a community, if the city could find a way so that the information be more accessible, like the gentleman said, the plan itself is 700 pages, and it seems as though some of the people even on the board have not had an opportunity to go through the plan and to understand it fully. So even less than the residents and the business owners who are a part of the zone have had an opportunity to get a full understanding. But that's for future purposes if we are voting on it today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would just like to respond to those comments as well. All the board members have been fully informed of this plan and have reviewed it and analyzed it. The notice that you received, depending on where you were in the neighborhood, there were statutory notice requirements, and there are also courtesy notices that are provided for in our code that stipulates that we send out courtesy notices to those who are in a certain area of the plan and then outside of the plan as well. So how many notices were sent out to property owners?
1,300.
So over 1,300 notices were sent out to all the property owners in the area. We make the plan available to review here at the city. We can't send a copy of this plan out to everyone, so we actually, it will be available online.
It is available online.
It is available online now, and it is available here at the city for review as well.
I guess what could have been helpful, because it is available online, but if you don't know that it's online, then you don't know to go online to see it. So, and I understand that you did what it is that you had to do.
Right.
But I'm just saying for future purposes so that your business owners and your residential folks will be more comfortable with the things that are coming, and you won't get opposition and you won't get people feeling like the plan has been pushed upon them. If you could just say, even in our city's newspaper, that if you would like to see the plan for the Southwest neighborhood, you can go online, would have been helpful. Even on the notice that I received just last week, if it would have said that I could see the plan online, then I could have come here to this morning maybe having some questions answered, but surely being more informed before the decision is made.
No, we understand.
Thank you.
And the city will take, the staff will take that under further consideration in the future. Rick, can you also comment on, for the public and for the board as well, on the history of this master planning process, the public participation as well?
There has been ongoing and significant public meetings on this. We held, over the last several years, probably 5, 6, is Pastor Julius here? Because he was at a number of them. I saw him here earlier. I mean, 5, 6, 7 meetings in the Southwest neighborhood on the master plan.
And I know it's been in the paper.
It's been in the paper. It's been, you know, we did mail-outs to secure participation and had good participation at the meetings in the Southwest neighborhood. We held them at Ficole Williams, trying to hold the meetings in the midst of the neighborhood rather than holding them outside of the neighborhood.
You had the grand opening under the tent.
Right. We've done a number of things to try to make the information available to anyone who is interested. We cannot go through a neighborhood and knock on every door and then go back again to knock on the doors of those who weren't home. We put it in the newspaper, we put it on the radio, we do mail-outs, we do emails, but you just do everything you can to try to get all the public input that you can up front, so that at the end you're not having to make changes about the time you think you've about finished with it.
And I would just also like to comment that this is only the Planning and Zoning Board. There is 2 public hearings on this scheduled before the City Council meeting, and public notice will be sent out, is required for each one of those meetings as well.
Okay, so then once they vote on this today, so that I understand, once the zoning board votes on this today, then what happens next?
The board today will be making a recommendation for approval or denial on this, on the plan and the rezoning, and then that will travel to the City Council, and the City Council will hold public hearings. And this is an ordinance, so by state law it requires two readings, which is a first public hearing and a second public hearing. Second public hearing is the adoption, if they so choose, the adoption hearing. And so those are scheduled to go. I don't know if we have dates for those yet, but soon. And there'll be 2 public hearings on this at the City Council meeting. So they're the ultimate legislative body that will make the final determination on the master plan and the rezoning adoption.
So do you know if we would be informed of those public hearings also?
Yes.
By mail?
Fran, is there a courtesy notice at that point, or?
No, sir.
No.
No one on the paper.
The notice at this point would be in the newspaper. And there'll be a huge ad in the newspaper in regards to this.
Okay, we'll look for it. Thank you.
Okay.
But let me just again comment on your particular piece of property. Your particular piece of property is single-family designated zone right now and will remain in the plan single-family. It is not changing in any way.
Thank you.
Any other member of the public wish to step up to the podium and make a comment? This gentleman, after you.
Sir.
Sir? I think.
My name is Roland Harris. I own a property on Maury Street and 4th Avenue. There's some warehouses there. I've owned them for 25 years. And I would like to know what this proposal that you have, well, how it will affect my warehouses. They're going B3 now. And
are you on the north or south side of Maury?
On the south side.
Okay, let me just make sure. The property on both the east and the west side of Southwest 4th Avenue at Maury remains, I'm assuming that it's industrial now, though I don't know the current zoning. It is industrial within the plan. So if the property is put to a B3 use, unless it's one of those excluded uses in industrial, it can continue in industrial. What use do you have your property put to?
B3.
And what do you use it for?
I've got 5 warehouses there. I rent out to various businesses. Got a construction office, one's for storage, one fence company has it, and it's just retail type.
All of those uses are allowed in the plan in industrial, right, and should not have any effect upon your use of the property at all, sir.
But
now or in the future?
I assume that my age, I've lived here all my life. One of these days I'll probably want to sell it. How will that affect the sale of it?
Not at all. It is industrial in the plan, will remain industrial as far as anybody can know. One of the things that the City Council was particularly cognizant of and instructed us to do in developing the plan was to minimize any change to industrial property. In fact, the plan actually creates additional acreage of industrial property in the southwest neighborhood, more so than there is now. So it's the intent of the council and the intent of staff that industrial use remain, because those are where jobs are created. And the city does not want to do anything to discourage the creation of jobs by converting industrial property to something else. And along Mallory, where your property is, that's a great and wonderful use of that property, and we don't want to discourage that nor prohibit its use. So the only thing I can tell you is just keep doing what you're doing. You can sell it, you can pass it on to your children, you can continue using it for what you're using it for. You can change the use to some other industrial, as long as it's a permitted industrial use, because it's industrial in nature.
Okay, the only thing I would caution you in this design that you got of this property, of this area, is to be sure that you got parking. I know they developed the property west of Crum Avenue in the middle of town, and with no thought of parking, they put a house in the middle of First Avenue, and that should have been an alternate route to Crum, which it isn't, it can't be. And allowed a church to go in next door to my property that will seat 300 people, and they got 7 parking spaces. And so I have to fight with them all the time about parking. So in your plan, be sure that whatever you develop, people have adequate parking. Thank you.
I would venture to say that should the church that is next to you discontinue using that building as a church, under this plan, another church could not inhabit that property.
You know, they use my property for their parking all the time. Thank you.
Praise the Lord. Thank you very much, sir. Next gentleman. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name's Bill Berzolski, and my address is 246 Southwest 4th Avenue. My major concern is the development of the infrastructure to support the ongoing industrial entities. Such as myself, I started off there with 100 amps of power. I'm up to 1,200 amps of power. I started off with half a dozen people. I'm up between 40 and 50 people. I own 18 lots. How do I expand? Can I build on the other 12 lots that I have no structures on to increase my output?
What is your business?
Metal manufacturing, machine shop, etc.
First, 2 things. One, he is in an area that's designated industrial, so the use can continue or even change to some other industrial use. So the use of your property allowable is not changing or having any impact on you. Secondly, the Community Redevelopment Agency is going out to bid probably inside the next 3 to 4 weeks with some additional sewer lines in this industrial area. I think one of them will be running down 4th Avenue, because is your business one of those that is on a commercial septic tank rather than on the city sewage system?
Well, we're on a sewer on 4th Avenue, but I own the other side of 5th Avenue also. I own from 4th to 5th, and then the other side of 5th, which there's no sewer line on 5th.
That's one of the places I know we're running a sewer line, is on 5th between Mallory and Southwest 2nd Street.
And will I be able to put an industrial building on the west side of 5th Avenue if I choose to do so?
Yes, sir.
To expand the industry I'm in?
Yes, sir. As long as you can put an industrial building, no question. There are certain types of businesses that are restricted from operating in the southwest areas, like crematoriums and some other things, to whom you could not rent because they could not get business licenses. But those are not very many, and are probably not somebody you would want to rent to anyway. I mean, you couldn't put a tanning factory there or something like that where leather was being converted from cowhide to leather, and other uses that create noxious and unpleasant fumes and those kinds of things. But barring that restriction, you could put it to practically any industrial use.
Well, that particular piece of property that I'm on, like right down half a block from where I'm at, which is 4th Street, they developed that into a Key West theme type of street with the brick sidewalks, et cetera, like from there to Mallory Drive is what you're telling me that's going to stay for a planned industrial use in this planned urban neighborhood, or will the streets, because right now those streets are basically useless for industry. The turning radius they have to make, you can barely make it in the pickup truck without getting into the oncoming traffic lane, which, I don't even think that's adequate for urban neighborhood, to be honest with you. And, if they develop the rest of the streets, I mean, I get tractor trailers in there every day, and I'm on a railroad track, which we may intend to use eventually or whatever. I mean, I don't know what's the foresight for that application servicing industry.
And I don't either have any idea what CSX plans to put the tracks to. Basically, the industrial area where you're at runs from Southwest 3rd Street up to Mallory. And we're not talking about any area north of Mallory in this plan. I mean, it is industrial north of there.
There's also residence.
And residential north of Mallory. So we're typically talking about the area between Southwest 3rd Street and Mallory as being the industrial area within the Southwest neighborhood.
Between 3rd Street, technically there is no 3rd Street. It goes from 2nd Street to 4th Street.
There's a theoretical 3rd Street through there in places, and I think there's a 3rd Street between 2nd Avenue and 3rd Avenue. But if you took that line and extended it over, that's basically the industrial area from there north.
So that will, in your planned urban neighborhood, that will not be planned for a residential area? No,
it's designated for industrial purposes.
So you would be able to supply, or in the plan to supply, more power if needed, because we've had to have more power brought into that area to develop our business, let alone whoever else might move into the neighborhood.
I would have to direct you to ask that question about electrical utility service, sir. I do not know what their plans are in that area. However, if you need to upgrade electrical service, then you really need to talk to Homestead Electric so that they can be aware of it. They're not going to just go, as an example, put three-phase power somewhere because somebody might one day want to use it. Someone would have to come to them and tell them, look, I need three-phase power, or I need more wattage to do the things I need to do. And then you could work with them and see what could be done. But I can't begin to speak for the electrical department.
Well, my concern is that the plan doesn't say, no, we're not going to expand three-phase power at all in this neighborhood.
No.
We're going to put a chokehold on the industry. When they die out or move, hell, we'll move in, do whatever we want to do with it.
No, the plan doesn't do that at all.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir.
I wasn't going to ask a question, but my mom and I got a question. I need to be sworn in, though.
Please, step up to the podium.
Yes, I think when I'm on it.
I do. My name is Teresa Davis, and my mother has owned this property since 1942.
What's the address, please, ma'am?
53 Southwest 8th Street.
And I'm assuming that's on the north side of Lucy?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we were wondering, it's rental property.
It's 53 Southwest 8th Street?
653.
Oh, sorry, okay.
653 Southwest 8th Street.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And we were wondering what impact would this plan have on us being able to keep that as rental?
The property between 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue on Lucy Street in the plan is designated as traditional multifamily neighborhood. Hopefully that property will transition to multifamily rather than single-family rentals over time. but you may continue to use it for your single-family rental purposes until, one, you decide that you want to change the use, or two, you discontinue the use of it for rental property for over a year. You can sell it, you can inherit it, you continue using it for for single family, well, because I think that's a single family structure there.
Right, but right next to it is a funeral home, and then it's a lot and another funeral home, so we were just like...
At some point, those funeral homes will be what's called non-conforming uses. They may continue to operate as a funeral home. They can sell it to somebody else who can operate it as a funeral home. They can pass it on to their kids to operate as a funeral home, but they couldn't convert it to a grocery store because they would then be changing from one non-conforming use to another non-conforming use. So they can continue operating their funeral homes there just like you can continue operating your single-family rental property in perpetuity.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Could you use your other right hand?
Your other right hand. That's a problem. Up to none of these meetings that I've been to.
I won't laugh at anybody who doesn't know his right hand from his left, like I did once in court when they asked a gentleman for that. He raised his left, and we did laugh, even the judge. So you want my right hand up? Okay, my name is Dorita Payne. The property I'm talking about is 653 Southwest 8th Street. My question is, all my life I've called the north side of this street Southwest 8th Street and the south side of the same street Lucy Street. Now in your memorandum you only call it Lucy Street, so are you still talking about Southwest 8th Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions from the public? No other questions from the public? Any questions from the audience here? If not, let's take a motion. Break.
What do you want to add? What do you want to do?
Vote on this?
Do you want to
You
add?
want to go ahead?
Yeah, let's do the motion.
Do the motion and then, why don't we do that then? All right, if there are no other further questions and comments, do I hear a motion?
Are you done with the...
Yeah.
Going to add anything?
Done with the public hearing section?
Yes.
Yes.
Close the public hearing.
The public hearing is closed.
We need to discuss and take up the issue in regards to the industrial uses and adding some prohibited uses there.
Isn't it on 19?
Do we have to do this right now?
Well,
No, it says
what
19.
we'll do is we'll save it for when we get to the actual code amendment.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's all I was going to do.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah.
Now it's about 5-10 minute break, and so
we'll actually, you all need to take a vote on this, make a recommendation on this before you take a break.
Okay. Yeah. So a motion for approval. So moved.
So moved. Second.
Raines moves, and do I hear a second? Yes. And seconded. That's a second.
Dr. Raines?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Newman?
Yes.
Mr. Narito?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Chairman Avila?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then we'll recess for about 5 to 10 minutes and come back and finish this. All
need to be under the
but I noticed that the development like Taylor has
well, that's what you need to do. What you need to do is change your particular thing. The problem is though, that there's no doubt that if you look at these maps, that where they want to, what is industrial and what's going to grow, and Home Street, whether we like it or not, is our Home Avenue. That's our downtown street. So that's it. So a few blocks off of that, either direction, is where, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball, but my suspicion is that a few blocks one way or the other is going to be this so-called mixed-use downtown sort of thing. I don't think it's going to be industrial. So even though you got a couple of places sitting around there, they're going to be there as long as they're able to hold out. And that's it. Once that oil company, bags it, it's going to be something else. And it's not going to be an oil company. It's going to be something. That's the problem.
Like further, like in this area here, this might go up to 5 stories or 6.
I'm trying to see where my...
This is
Lucy.
I don't know.
This is yes.
So this is
Mixed use is different to the bottom of the
yeah, I'm not very familiar with it.
So this is
which that is the corner would I be able to do without putting any retail?
I might put a floor exactly. You know what? You see, when you first bought the property, I hate to say this, somebody did do background check.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, so what I want, I'm not going to buy this.
Here, let me get my...
All right, that's Michael Williams, so you're residential.
Tell them what your intentions are.
So right now, traditional single family.
I think you're going to come out, ultimately, I think you're going to come out ahead, because I think your property is going to be worth more as a mixed use than what it is as an industrial. That's historically the case.
Just selling a half acre and keeping my
honestly,
I got to keep the building because
that's your building.
So
half acre. I'm considering.
let's say, for instance, we wanted to,
I'd give you another piece of advice. Think about it.
because one of the things that I heard him say earlier is that the density of the businesses you couldn't fill up any more space. This is what it sounded like I heard. You couldn't fill up any more space.
You're going to come out, if you do things,
And I don't know if that just applied to
if you do this thing right, you're going to come out ahead. That's my opinion. What you should do is, your property is going to be worth more is for mixed use downtown. And anything, right now, it hasn't moved further south. You got a whole lot of property. This is going to become a whole lot of property. You get a great deal. That was my purpose. I would be, your property where your signs are now is going to be worth more than
You're a single family.
even though when I looked at it, when this is
further west or somewhere else.
under K or they say this was like has not been designated as a area behind you getting going to be there. Now the middle church
could that be turned eventually?
that's a single family.
It's a good question. Because you don't know that. You own the building.
The interesting thing is that, like you said,
I can see where you park.
So there are houses there now.
Yeah, I think you
Which is the future, that is present. He was a house.
also it's already limited, even if it's even though it is just what I'm talking about.
There's a lot of people all over there. So same is true for this.
Right.
And what is this land right here?
Also part of
But the pool hall,
Okay, this is the Robbie Grove. Okay,
pool halls are...
that's Robbie Grove. And then this is the other side. Isn't it,
Yeah. Should join some problem. And the 3 a.m.
Traditional multi-family. I think this is the thing. I think so that's what they did there. But right next over here, multi-family. And that's what the plan is to be, traditional multi-family.
Hall is fine.
Okay. I didn't do that.
And then they asked for 3 a.m.
But the thing is, though, that that is not a business that they would accept in that property. So you can operate right now, but when you change it, I think you're going to have a park.
And how they took, because East Germany was a mess.
Yes, or taking over your but I think in your long term, in your long term, you ought to be looking to relocate that something.
They took a whole area, dug it out.
You'll be able to afford it when the prices, when the property that you're sitting on,
everything
rises in value.
The rebar,
because then you'll sell it.
The city,
you're in a good spot. I wish I was
around the city, and the city went about normal.
You got a down. You have downtown property.
One place.
You're the owner of downtown property that is specified as downtown property. That's the highest value property we got.
And they made
much higher than
it used to be there.
That part's good. The bad part is you got to straight those things gets up to value. You got to sign something that you got to run.
It made a bridge,
but ultimately,
and it looks like Central Park, but underneath it looks like Central Park, the highway.
Check it out with somebody that you really know. You hold on to the property.
Amazing what
it's going to be worth more money.
Engineering.
You look at that's your unused property. I got a plus minus here of the mechanical thing. I don't know what you're going to do there. But it's still square footage, which is very good. And then the second thing is that your property, where there's how many square feet you got.
No, and I was just flabbergasted with the bright side.
The property value at downtown is going to increase in value. My prediction is, you ought to write it down someplace. My prediction is that this property will become more valuable than what you can afford to lease for your sign place. You're going to be forced, you're going to want to sell it and move your sign place out to retire or do something else.
And they made like a dome.
How much land do you have?
And inside is a
okay, that's an acre.
That comes down. And people would take elevators up to the top, and while the Congress is going, it's
what else you got?
Visible, and the democracy visible. You can actually take stairs.
You got down more than a half acre.
You can't see the people from downstairs. When you look up, people that are legislators can't see anything, but they can see.
You have an acre? Okay.
The legislative center.
Let me get a whole copy back.
It was just
as we sit here right now. What do you think it is? What do you think how much can you do?
I was like,
220,000, is that what you think?
Because I remember
an acre sells for the Carl Gables right now.
West Germany, there were no jobs.
2.5 million.
At first they wanted to
2.5 million. If you had that property in Carl Gables, you get 2.5 million.
And now you will never know that there was like East and West Berlin and all is combined together.
Trying to find remnants of the war. You don't see anything. Let me give you the other property.
They listen to and citizens. You are now entering the area there in 3 languages, and they left a couple of little things just as reminders. That you bumped into it. Just
down here is about 250,000
big monuments
per acre right now.
Things that you bump into go. And here, you'd have to kind of look at the map and say a little bit get better. You would walk
right now. That piece of property, you could easily get 150.
Here we worry about
in my opinion, it's too low. You should not. So don't take that. Wait until wait until, acre and wait until that's worth, at least $1.5 million. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to be in 5 years. It's just this is a little building that's facade almost, and they built around it. They built the city, the modern city, the town. You can't get a used pickup truck. It is. You should have. You operate your building out of it. But go back, right what I just told you now. Someday you're going to get like yourself $1 an hour, and then the building over here. And here we just completely knocked down the building. Oh, what the hell? It's Art Deco. Just blow it away. Build something else. Acre ground designated as a downtown area. The block off the old city is moving. He's worried about the road. He's going to make it. He's a young guy. We can hold him for 5 to 10 years. If those countries over there are 800, 900, 1,000 souls, I realize they have more. Right now, right this minute, monuments and historical districts. Anywhere in Target, if we don't start thinking the same way here, it becomes more aware. Our country's like, if you had that property in Olympics team, I mean, he's going to keep together, he's working hard. No, he told me, he didn't have to tell me, hey, I have my own website, I want my place on the movie bar, and it's a wonder that he has no reason to kids. He's young, he ought to sit back, we all and keep the thing nice. He's going to lose that mechanic. He's got that mechanic thing. We're back. He's going to lose that. We all win as a team. He's going to lose that and hopefully he'll expand his business in another part of it. 2,100 square feet. He'll probably have to expand it or have to get some else. He'll lose that. But beyond that, he's got a way. Other countries go there, we go and just a bunch of people from America. I got voted no. But he was a million everywhere they got the West Coast. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That was an example of we were seeing his own website. He's already gone there. And then he goes in this kind of like ball on his sword. That's the very first day. I said I would have gotten on my plane and gone home. I would have said, I would have even tried.
The wind's going to knock those over. People are going to be stealing the they're a mess. It is ugly going to rest.
It is. It was pretty good.
And now we see all crap. Two-car garage, they want to remove it.
What is this?
One car parking. Yeah.
So something else too about reducing the size of
The parking lot from 10 by 20 that we fought for. Yeah. 9 by 19 is what this thing is.
How is that going? What's going on?
As I understand that new shopping center at Pavilion, it's one of the requirements that they have that to go in there. So they go 600, 800 parking spaces.
Really? Why? That's ridiculous. We fought for all of this.
We fought to be better. And now and this thing, it says here, this says, what's right here, has been approached by developers that would like to require covered parking to be eliminated from our townhouses and zoning districts, and express their concerns that all townhouses should not be required to have 2 covered parking spaces. Hello, we're upgrading now. We have enough of the other. You want to build now, you've got new bucks already now. Cut some of your profit and then do better for the neighborhoods. One-car garages, they look like apartments.
No, you sleeping too much.
Those luxury townhouses that we were sold,
That's the part of it, I'll come in and I'll show you, I'll show you the back of that. What's that? What'd you say? Why not? What do you mean? How did I do anything? What are you talking about? You say, I leave and I come in and I leave in the morning. Why? You get up actually out of bed? Yeah, everybody does that. Everybody does that. Yeah, I don't know why. What do you see when you do that with me? What am I doing? No, but when I'm asleep, what do you see? Okay, baby. No, if you get up, you would see the person asleep or not asleep or something. Yeah. Well, that's why we need that place. We'll do that for good. Okay, your task for today. Okay, but I do love you nevertheless. Take care of your
Well, they're going to be right now in commercial.
This is not acceptable. This is
then you allow it. It's not prohibited. You know that when I'm
we still had that discussion on I don't think the other legislative matter doesn't ever click with that garage thing. I don't know how that's screwed that up. Questions like that? What is that? I guess it's just informal, giving them ideas before they draft anything.
Okay, that's a good part.
Is there, I mean, where the hell is this break room? Is it cookies or
No, I know it. I've been eating here.
I know, I haven't yet.
A week.
No, I was looking for some snacks or potatoes or something, soda, anything Where's your practice at? You have
downtown, on South Miami Avenue, 1501 South Miami Avenue.
You can drive it every single day.
But I was at the University of Miami at Jackson in the search department for 28 years. But I retired 2 years ago and moved down here. But I have a private practice that we deal with on, which is the Miami Bay Center. It's on 1501, and I go in later and I stay later. So it's not so bad. I can get in about 40 to 45 minutes when there's no traffic.
Oh, yeah. If you go in after the rush, it's not a bad deal.
That's what I do.
That's fine.
I never go in, so I never leave much before 10:30 or 11 o'clock. And then I come home. I leave there about 6:45. 6:30, 6:45. And sometimes that takes an hour, but most of the time I can get home in less than an hour. At that time, now if I went at 5.
Still get home at the same time when you have
So my schedule is I work about 6-7 hours from about noon to 6, 7 sometimes.
Yeah, no, it's the truth. I go to court. If I go to court in the morning, I have a 9 o'clock court hearing. If I leave at 6:30, I'm there by 7:30. It takes me an hour to get there. If I leave at 7:30, I don't get there until it takes me almost 2 hours to get there. So it's like you either get there really early and sit there and read a book or something, or you leave late and work on something.
Fran, you ought to have tea. You ought to have some kind of tea and crumpets or something here in the morning.
I vote for that. I second that.
Or, a bagel or a little orange juice or, something. They could just be sitting there. We could just go and get it.
Have they ever thought about putting up like a projector screen when people come up and talk about a property they actually visually see?
You know something? I beg them to do that all the time.
Because sometimes, I said certain areas well, but other
it's not even that. Even in council meeting. They be seeing the plans and prints and everything, and you're in public sitting down here that's supposed to help them make a decision.
And you don't know anything?
You know what
Fran, we've said that for many meetings before. I know that you have before even that.
I'm tired.
But there's no sense in us discussing a piece of property where we don't know it's really true. So what we need to do is, and today with all these different things, you could just put up a screen.
And even when the people come up, I want to know on if they live a mile away from those going on. They don't have a list. Yes, I know where they are.
Maybe you can start it. Well, it's like they said
Well, at least the public comment portion may be a little faster.
I just told them.
Next time on the agenda.
When they said the color platter around in black and white, we were supposed to approve it.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, that concludes the quasi-judicial public hearing of your agenda. Now moving on to item B, legislative matters. The first public hearing is 2006-19, an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 3 district regulations by establishing Division 23 Planned Urban Neighborhood District, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is public hearing number 2006-19. Fran provided you with a draft. There were two versions. One was the earlier version of this, and there were some typos that were corrected in some language. So the new version is the one that you all can review and look at with me as I go through this with you. Basically what this does is this generally sets forth and establishes the provision of a planned urban neighborhood district, and that is the new zoning category that will be used to implement the future land use map designation of a planned urban neighborhood. They mirror each other. Under the planned urban neighborhood district, the new zoning category, as I explained to you earlier, there could be several different master plans or several different plans under that. The one that's before you today, or the one that you're looking at, the first one that you have a chance to comment upon, is the Southwest neighborhood. And so you'll see that the zoning district starts out setting forth the planned urban neighborhood district and what that is, and it goes through the purpose of it, the minimum size, development standards, the establishment of a neighborhood master plan. So, anybody who comes in and wants to get rezoned to a planned urban neighborhood, they have to establish a master plan, like the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan. It may or may not be as detailed and as large. It just depends on the specifics of the location and the site. It goes through development approval, it goes through an amendment process, it goes through maximum density established, and it talks about the different sub-areas within a planned urban neighborhood, and then it basically goes right into and sets forth the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood as the first neighborhood within the PUN, and that is defined as the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood, or Southwest PUN, or SWPUN, you can see. Now, all the language up until this point, and even beyond this point, mirrors what is in the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan. So what this does is, this just takes the language that's already existing in the Southwest Neighborhood Master Plan, breaks it into the different sub-districts that are delineated in the plan, and provides or codifies the basics. And we'll go through that. If you follow with me, it sets out the Southwest Planned Urban Neighborhood. It tells you the acreage, the land uses, the purpose, the density, goes through the provision on non-conforming uses and structures, section 30-39645. That mirrors the language that's found in the plan itself. It goes through height, it goes through lots, it goes through porches, stoops and balconies, fences, walls, landscaping, roads, sidewalks, signs, parking, driveways, swales, dumpsters, lighting. Where the plan is more specific, it calls it out. Where there's not regulations in the plan regarding those things, it throws you back and kicks you back into the applicable sections of the code that mandate and regulate certain items. It goes through rooftop screening, it goes through, then you get on 30-39661, you get sub-areas. And those sub-areas are defined for you: the traditional single-family neighborhood, the multifamily district, the neighborhood mixed use, downtown mixed use, commercial. It should jump down and say industrial. There's a typo right there. It says commercial/industrial. Should be one line item should say commercial. The next should say industrial. And the page numbers didn't come out on this draft, but are you all following me there?
You're too fast.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just giving you a brief overview, and then we can come back and talk more specifically about those sections that you have questions with. I'm just giving you the skeleton of what's before you right now. So, if you look at this, if you look at, are you all with me on this page right here? Southwest Neighborhood Plan.
It has 356 acres, okay.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 5th page, okay? 5th page in, this sets forth the parameters of the Southwest Neighborhood, Planned Urban Neighborhood. And it goes through, like every other zoning district is set up, it goes through your purpose, it goes through certain allowable permitted uses.
Can we ask questions the other way, or wait till you're done with that part and then go back?
Yeah, let me just briefly go through this, and then you can ask questions to staff, and they can go through the more specifics of this with you. So what this does is it goes through a bunch of different sub-areas, or it gets you to the sub-areas, okay? The sub-areas are broken down for you. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sub-areas in the district. And those match your map that you have, the colored map. If you look at the colored map, those are the different sub-areas that you've all looked at before and we've all discussed previously. Those are all color-coded, And so this just goes through and mirrors those different sub-districts. Those sub-districts are broken out for you, and it goes through the permitted uses in each sub-district. It goes through the height, the building type, the lot sizes, the setbacks, architectural features, building placement, all those nuts and bolts for each particular sub-district within the planned urban neighborhood. And that's pretty much it. So if you have questions specifically regarding any of the provisions in the code, staff can address those for you at this time.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a couple questions?
Yes, please, Ms. Zulu.
Okay, I'm reading here under maximum density, 20 dwelling units per acre for single residential and 15 units per acre average residential density for all sub-areas or districts that permit residential uses within the neighborhood's master plan. Who determined 20 units per acre? Was that ever discussed in detail at this board? And why is it 20?
20 units per acre, Rick.
Why is it more than what the rest of the city can do?
Do you want to address Mrs. Newman has a question in regards to the maximum density.
Whoever discussed 20 units per acre for single residential and 15 units per acre as the average residential density for all sub-areas. Why is that going to be so much more than the rest of the city?
Well, two reasons. First of all, there's already existing density there that's that much in several apartment complexes. Second, the southwest area is a neighborhood where, from the very beginning, one of our concerns has been not creating a situation where it becomes so gentrified that those who have lived there in the past can't afford to continue living there. And to do that, we thought we needed to have a higher level of multifamily density, since many of those who live in that area and have lived in that area historically are renters. And to keep the rents more affordable, if you have higher density, it's more likely to be affordable. So we created a higher density level there than in the rest of the city for that very reason. If you were going someplace and building a PUD where you didn't have any existing households, that would be different. But we're not wanting to create a situation where those who lived there in the past cannot in any way, shape, or form afford to remain there.
So on a 5,000 square foot lot, they could have 20 dwelling units. Well, 5,000 square foot lot, they could have a quarter, so they could have 5 units on a 5,000 square foot.
No, at 20 units to the acre, 5,000 square feet, let's see, 9 times 5 is 45.
5 times 4 is 20, so it'd be 40, so it'd be 8. 8 units. 2.
On a 5,000 square foot lot. If you can have 20 units to the acre and you got 1/9 of an acre, you could only have 2 units.
Okay, on a 5,000 square foot lot, they can have 2 units only.
In a multifamily area. You couldn't have that in a single family area.
You could only have one house.
One house.
So how do they get the 20 dwelling units then?
Well, in a multifamily area, if you had an acre of land, you could get 20 units because the density...
For single family residential?
No.
So it says 20 dwelling units per acre for a single residential parcel.
What page are we on?
Yeah, that's not single family. It's a single residential parcel. It's more like for townhouses or multifamily or something. It's just the size of the lot. It doesn't say single family anywhere in there.
Right, I was reading single family, I'm sorry. Single residential lot. 15 units per acre as the average residential density for all sub-areas. Now, what would be a sub-area?
Single family neighborhood.
Traditional multifamily, downtown mixed use, neighborhood mixed use, those are what's called sub-areas. In a single family area, it's limited to 6 units per acre. In a downtown mixed use and a neighborhood mixed use, it's limited to 15 units per acre. Also, if you wish to do housing second floor above commercial in a commercial area, it's limited to 15 units per acre. However, in traditional multifamily, apartments, condos, that area, it is limited to 20 units per acre. Now, you cannot build anything on an existing bare lot, nor scrape ground and build on a lot that's less than 5,000 square feet, be it single family or anything else, unless the lot is no smaller than 3,600 square feet, and there are other lots on that same block built on of 3,600 square feet. So you can't replat something to be less than 5,000 square feet, and if you've got, want to build a single-family home on a 5,000 or greater square foot lot, you can do so by right. If it's less than 5,000 square feet but greater than 3,600, and there are other houses on that block on 3,600 to 5,000 square foot lots, you can do it there. Less than 3,600 square feet, you better buy out your neighbor because you can't build on it.
Okay, on a 5,000 square foot lot, they can go 5 stories high still? And then they could get more than 2 units per acre?
You can, but you're also going to run into limitations because of parking and lot coverage. I mean, on a 5,000 square foot lot, you practically couldn't, you could get 2 stories. You probably couldn't go to 3 because on a 5,000 square foot lot, even in the multifamily, you only have 2 units. So why would you want a 3-story building there?
Okay. I just want to make sure how the parameters go. So, so do you perceive a lot of 5-story buildings then going on down there?
No. You can have 4 stories by right, 5 by special permission of the city council. Is the way that this.
But this says you can do it 5 stories.
Right, you can do 5 stories. 5 stories takes special permission of city council.
It doesn't say that here. I'm looking at 396.46 height.
396.
I think the plan lays that out.
Because this doesn't say that. This just says minimum maximum height
The
restrictions.
maximum height of the entire Southwest Neighborhood Plan urban neighborhood is 5 stories.
It doesn't say 4 stories, but 5.
No, it's 5 stories generally, but then you also have to look at this in conjunction with the sub-areas in the district and the code. I mean, in the book.
So but you don't see there's that many areas that could go 5 stories on?
No, you may, just take a wild example. The Birches burns down.
The what?
Birches, the apartment complex, the Birches, burns down. They could come back and rebuild with the same density on that piece of property. They could exceed the 20 units because they have existing density. And they might have to go to 4 stories to get that density because now they trigger the minimum apartment size. So instead of having the 500 or 600 or 700 square foot apartments they have there now, they would have to rebuild to 1,100 square feet for 2 bedrooms, 1,250 square feet for 3 bedrooms. So it might take them 3 stories or 4 stories to get in the density that they currently have.
So they have what density now?
I don't know, but I would guess that it's somewhere in the 30s.
Oh, really?
To answer your question more specifically, that's a general provision of the whole, that lays out. It's kind of like our code says in commercial, you can't have more than, whatever, 70.
Right. 70 feet high.
When you get to the single family, when you get to the traditional single family neighborhood, in that sub-area requirements, the height says 1 to 3 stories, depending on the building types and regulations that's set forth within the plan. So they're not going to be able to go past 3 stories.
Okay.
And that's even going to be limited because if you have a really small lot, you're never going to be able to meet the lot coverage requirements, or
we're not waiving any
area
parking
ratio or
requirements.
any of that.
And we're not waiving any parking requirements in this thing.
Are
we waiving any parking requirements in this thing?
No, but the parking requirements are different.
And they're different how?
Example, in the traditional multifamily neighborhood, you have 1 space per unit plus 1 space for every 10 units.
As a guest? As a guest parking?
As guest parking.
For 10 units of 1 guest parking?
Yes.
And there's only 1 parking space per unit?
1 space per unit and 1 space for every 10
So
spaces.
if a family that has 2 cars, what do they do?
I'm not saying that somebody has to build the minimum. That is just the minimum.
Build the minimum. And this thing is letting them get away with doing one space for 10 units and only one space for a guest. And
Yes.
1 out of 10 families can only have a second car, or only 1 out of 10 families can have a guest visit them. Is that correct?
No, they just wouldn't have a place to park when they came there on the lot provided by...
And every night, there's no place for them to park.
Yes.
And we're letting them do that here?
In this neighborhood, yes, because we're going to be providing street-side parking by the time we're finished, in addition to whatever has to be on site.
And street-side parking is going to be close enough for them to walk to their homes?
Doing it now.
Pardon me?
They're doing it now.
Yeah, I mean, right now
That 4th Street is so skinny now.
Well, but that's 4th Street's not going to be duplicated. Those
Do you
parking.
see a parking issue here that with people in their cars and trucks and SUVs?
Well, maybe.
And why are we doing this? Why are we giving up on that? Why are we allowing it only one space?
Quite frankly, we're trying to encourage the conversion of very small lots into on-site as well as residential parking. Right now, probably half of the single-family homes in the southwest area, maybe even 2/3, don't have a garage, don't have a carport, and park on the street or in the front yard. And we felt that if we made the parking requirements too strict, we wouldn't be able to encourage that change. It's the horns of the dilemma.
So everybody gets one space, and then there'll be plenty of street parking still?
We're going to create street parking as we redo the streets. There will be parking alongside, in many cases, one side of the street, and in some cases, both sides of the street. Parking places striped and laid out.
Are we encouraging them to do any they're developing parking garages to allow more space, to go up, since you can go up 3 stories or 4 stories or whatever?
Quite frankly, those are the kinds of things that would be negotiated. If you want to go to a 4th floor, we may negotiate a parking garage out of it, simply to provide that kind of parking. What we were trying, and in many cases, we're going to see the redevelopment of small lots. I mean, the Birches is going to be the exception if it ever burns down. But you're going to see that 5,000 or 10,000 square feet developed into 4 units. And as part of that, we're going to jawbone the guy to give him a little more parking, just because it makes sense. But what we're trying to do is not regulate it so tight that where it cannot happen, we prevent something from being built there at all.
What about storage? How's that written in this?
Storage is not covered in here.
So there's no storage, so all the shutters and all the stuff?
There's no storage required in the Southwest Master Plan.
Oh.
What's the requirement on a single-family home right now on storage?
I think it's 40 square feet.
On a single-family, non-detached house?
Or a garage?
No, nothing's required on that R1. You don't need to have a garage or storage. It starts when you get into your R2, R3 townhouses, cluster homes, and PUDs. One of the ideas behind the Southwest Master Plan is to mix uses. So in the one he was talking about, neighborhood mixed use, you've got required parking for residential, and then there's also required parking for 400 square foot of non-residential. So you get some mix of uses, and then you would get parking being utilized by residents in the evening that might be utilized by the stores in the daytime. So that would also handle some of that parking.
Except that the owner of that commercial use is going to say, tow-away zone, no parking.
I don't believe that they would be able to do that.
Quite frankly...
It's his property, and it's his commercial use, and I don't want anybody else parking in my lot at night.
In a mixed use, they're not going to be able to do that because the parking will be for the property, for both the residential and the retail that exists there. And so the owner, operator, leaser, tenant of the retail space will not be able to restrict residential use of that parking at night. Just like the homeowner won't be able to restrict retail use of his space when he's gone to work during the day.
And that's because it's just in this PUN?
Yes. Okay. Yes. If you wish, as P&Z, to make a suggested change in any of the parking, we can go forward with it to City Council. I mean, again, this plan is not absolutely set in stone at this moment. I mean, we're talking about the code changes affecting the plan right now, so if they wanted to say, for traditional multifamily, you want 2 parking places per unit, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, there's a parking space provided for area .25, so guessed. So like it makes it down to 4. Still tight, but at least you have to have 10 people before you can get a space.
Yeah. And I also think too that you got to take into consideration this plan won the Florida American Planning Association award. I mean, there are several people who took this in scope and review as a traditional neighborhood type development, and for a redevelopment plan for an area like this, the traditional sort of parking and traditional sort of streetscapes that you're used to seeing don't really work and can't really, I mean, that's not saying they can't work, but if you're trying to encourage redevelopment, they usually hamper that in some sort of way. So you kind of have to think outside the box and look at it not necessarily as this is single family, but it's going to be closely integrated and related to the commercial, and you're creating a pedestrian-friendly environment where you walk to, and, you know, the whole goal is to minimize traffic use in this type of traditional neighborhood setting and sort of reduce the trips in the cars and sort of make it more of a historic type of neighborhood environment. So, I can only add that to what you're already thinking in the sense that, you know, yeah, certainly if you want to make changes, but just, you know, I caution you to kind of think that in the back of your head as well when you're thinking through that this is not the traditional sort of, you know,
I have one more question about that, and I'll get off the subject. When you were doing your all your interviews with the neighbors and stuff down there, was parking an issue with them about their cars and stuff?
No.
Nobody had any problems with that at all?
Wasn't even brought up. Do you remember it coming up in any conversations, Mike?
The conversation down there is that, Susan went, when I've been to all these meetings down there, and what happened was, what it was saying about is that they wanted to see 4th Street and some of these commercial buildings come back to the neighborhood. So you see, in other words, most of the occupants of that community, it doesn't have a car. And they want to be able to walk to something instead of driving, out of their neighborhood to go get something or something like that. So that was the concept when we had these meetings on the Southwest section. We asked them what do they want.
That's what I'm asking. That's why I asked that last question.
That was one of the things they come up with.
Okay. As long as the neighbors were not, there was no concerns about it at all.
No, there wasn't any complaints about parking.
And just to go back really quickly in regards to the density was established in our comp plan last year, the 20 acres and then 15. That's already in the comp plan I just provided Rick with. There's a whole section on the planned urban neighborhood, and that density is established in the comp plan. So this just basically mirrors and codifies what's already in the comp plan.
Okay.
The other thing, on that 20 units, we do want to encourage over time the demolition and reconstruction of much of the multifamily housing that's in that neighborhood. And that's another reason for, 1, allowing a base of 20, but 2, then allowing, if the density is greater than that, you can tear it down and rebuild up to whatever the existing density is. So,
and you don't see this trend going to another PUN and another section of the city? They'll say, well, they can do it over there, why can't we do it here? Do you see that happening?
I would have no objection, pick a number, pick a place. If you were doing a master plan for the northwest neighborhood, south of 10th Street, just pick a street, and you wanted to put the same rebuilding right for the existing density, I wouldn't have no objection to it. Again, existing density is not going to mean that you can build those same number of houses with no parking, or the same number of units with no parking. Again, even if the Birches, bless their heart, decided to tear down and rebuild, they've still got to meet the parking requirement. They can't rebuild 3,000 square foot units, 4 stories high, lot line to lot line. Because you still got lot coverage, you still got landscaping requirements, you still got parking requirements. So, I mean, you kind of get boxed in by all of this. But what we didn't want was somebody who would come to us and say, I'd like to buy this old apartment complex and tear it down and rebuild it, but I can't redo that at 20 units per acre. Can I have my same density? And you're not increasing the trips, you're not increasing the family density, you're just increasing, and you're not increasing the number of units.
That's what allows them to go up.
That's what allows them to go up.
Okay.
Also, the price will go up too if you don't have the density. Won't make it affordable.
If I can interject, I need to propose a few changes to this right now. If you look with me on on the third page, section 30-396.36 is the establishment of the neighborhood master plan, and then it goes into development approval. In between those two sections, I need to propose a new section and call it variances. So basically, variances would be 30-396.37, and then development approval would be 38, and then the numbering throughout the document would be changed accordingly. And the variance language that I want to codify is that which is already found in the master plan, so I'm going to read that into the record for you. And what it will read is that in order to maintain the predictability of future development, planned development districts shall be prohibited as the entire southwest neighborhood is under the zoning designation of PUN. The intent is to provide the most flexibility that is generally the purpose of planned development districts. In addition, variances from the following dimensional requirements shall not be permitted. Okay, so these variances will not be permitted in the southwest neighborhood, and that is the placement of buildings. Those will have to comply with what's in the plan. Building frontage, parking, minimum stories, and minimum and maximum floor height. Those are all variances which are not permitted in this plan. So the variances from the remaining dimensional requirements or waivers from any other criteria are discouraged. However, a variance or a waiver may be granted by the by the city council. It would come to you just like a normal variance would, and then a recommendation would be made from you to the village council. And so we're just going to insert that language into that section on variances right there. And then I wish I had the page number, I'm sorry, just bear with me, but if you all turn to the back of your document, relatively toward the back of it, and find the industrial section, the industrial subsection. The last section is parks and open space. The second to last is civic and government. And then the third to last is the industrial. And that's where I need you to follow with me on this industrial. Pursuant to the comments during the break and those that Mr. Taylor had, there's some new language that I want to propose that will rectify any concerns I think that you all may have in regards to prohibited or permitted uses in the industrial district. So right now under industrial it talks about the purpose, and then after the purpose it says permitted uses. I want you we're going to scratch out all the language that it currently reads under permitted uses, and the proposed new language will read as follows. Permitted uses shall include those permitted uses listed in the commercial sub-area of the Southwest Neighborhood Redevelopment Plan. So like I said earlier, that's everything that's listed already in the commercial, and then even the prohibited uses in commercial carry over here. And these permitted uses shall also, the permitted uses for the industrial district shall also, sub-area shall also include the following. And then you have the whole denoted list, starting with canning factories, and, you know, it goes through a whole list, a laundry list, on the next page. Then at the top of the next page, where it says, notwithstanding, are you with me? Notwithstanding the permitted uses as set forth above, the following permitted uses shall require a special exception prior to the establishment of such a use. So these further set out restrictions on those uses permitted in the industrial sub-area, and it stipulates that they'll have to get a special exception. And what we're going to do is, at the very end of that list, I'm going to add a few things. And that is, 1, places of public assembly, 2, billiard rooms and pool halls, 3, dance halls, 4, amusement enterprises, and 5 would be bar and lounges. So those will just be added to that list of uses that would require a special exception prior to coming into the industrial district. And I think that'll address your...
That'll address it properly. Because I mean, for the board and for members of the audience, we got to take into consideration the Southwest plan. Most of your churches down there are all historic. I mean, if we bring this environment down there again, like we're trying to clean up that area, all we need is a pinhole, and next thing you know, it's going to be a big old moral. So I mean, so now that we're setting down the permits and all the guidelines, I would appreciate if that be considered. Thank you.
And those are the only changes that I have for you in regards to this document. If you have any questions for me, I can answer them.
Public comment.
Any comments from the board? Any comments from the public?
This one.
Comments from the public? If not, I guess we vote to send this up to...
You need a motion from the board for a recommendation for approval or denial to the city council for the proposed...
With the changes.
With the changes for the proposed code amendment, establishing the pun zoning district.
Also moved. So moved. Second. Second. And so seconded.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Ms. Newman?
Yes.
Mr. Norito?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
Yes.
Dr. Rings?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Chairman Avia?
Yes.
Thank you.
And last but not least, your final item today is public hearing 2006-18. This is an ordinance of the City of Homestead, Florida, amending the City Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 30 zoning, Article 4, Supplemental District Regulations, Division 2, off-street parking, to amend the requirement for the size and design of automobile parking spaces, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. This is item 2006-18.
Since we talked about this earlier, and I got my 2 cents in to bring it back to where it is, I might as well start off this again as best as possible, and we'll go from there. The specific generator of this was essentially, like we mentioned before, the Homestead Pavilion as it went in front of Cow, because it would need to have a policy change. And in that discussion, we mentioned to members of council that for practical purposes, on most large-scale projects, we've eventually given them the 9 by 19. BJ's, the hospital, and with something like this, which, and again, the applicant can mention later, which by their own understanding requires even more parking than normal because of the kind of facility it is, the size of the space becomes relevant also because of the end result of how big everything becomes. And rather than continue going through with doing each large-scale project on its own, we felt, at least staff did, and I believe based on what council gave us direction to do, agreed at this point in time, it's probably time where the 10 by 20 parking space, not garage, parking space, probably is going to go into the thing of the past. That because we've done it so many times for large things, rather than putting you and them through it every time, it may be worth it this time to look at the 9 by 19. We did look at briefly at council's, ask questions and answers that at BJ's it seems to work so far. At certain other places where we've done it, it seems to work. We really can't test out the hospital yet because it's not really available for us to do, but it seems like everything else has. So based on the fact that we do this most times, they felt it may be, they agree with staff, it's time to consider changing it entirely. And so they sent it back to us to basically write this. We need to bring it forward through you, obviously, because it is a zoning requirement. And you have a chance to say yes, no, etc., and it goes up the food chain as required. But that's the history in terms of why it is here at this point in time. Other than that, I guess, either James can ask any further questions, or you can ask questions of myself, Marty. We have the applicant here, and they can maybe answer the same sort of questions. So at this point in time, I guess we go back to your starting, Mr. V, in terms of where you want to start from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. We fought for going from the smaller size parking to the larger one. And in here, I can understand in larger places like where you've got a BJ's or something, they're going to need more parking space because they've got people coming in and out. And people will tend to squeeze in there. Some people will park at an angle because they don't want their brand new Mercedes dented, and you get all kinds of things in there. But here we've got, at the very top, off-street parking included in here. So this means that any place, if we open up a place on Chrome or something, that also will be, we will reduce that by 17%. The space, we go from 10 by 20 to down to 9 by 19.
We're talking about off-street parking, correct, which means, and James and Mary can correct me if I'm wrong, when you're still on-street parking and you're talking about parallel parking, there's still a bigger size both in length and in width. We're talking about essentially off-street parking within a development, or within this case, a shopping center, for lack of a way to put it. It's not going to affect the size if they're parking on Chrome Avenue. That's still a bigger space because it is a parallel parking space. These are basically 90 degree, or I think they're all 90 degree, maybe 45, but I think they're mostly 90 at this thing. In fact, I'm sure they're all 90.
So what is that Division 2 off-street parking? Where is that, what it says Division 2?
I'm not sure of the on-street, off-street, but under the parking requirements in the code, you can see in the ordinance those specific sections that would be amending. It used to say 10 by, the automobile parking space shall be a minimum of 10 by 20 feet usable for parking of an automobile, that there shall be adequate interior. That's now being changed to 9 by 19 for residential and non-residential throughout the whole city. It'll be one uniform parking standard and requirement. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking me, or...
Yeah, so we're going kind of retrogressing. We're going back to what we discussed. We went back from trying to have, the larger cars with the SUVs and the Hummers and all that stuff. We went from the larger spaces. Now we're going back to the smaller space throughout the city.
Let me phrase that a little differently, or make sure I get the right answer. I'm going to ask a question to Marty and see if he, or Ray, and see if they come back with the answers. In the residential right now, it's 9 by 19. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
In the driveway.
In a driveway. What you may be thinking of, and I know we had quite a bit of the arguments or discussions on the large size, was basically garages, more so than individual spaces. And again, please correct me, Marty, when we're into the different classifications and the P1s, et cetera, the actual parking space is still 9 by 19, is it not?
Yeah, in all the residential area, the parking spots are 9 by 19.
What you may be remembering as far as the arguments, and trust me, you'll hear that very shortly, is the garage portion, where we specifically said because the garage has 2 walls next to the car, and because the garage is used for storage, etc., you guys, the other 7 as far as council said, 10 by 20 garage. 2-car garage, 22 by 20, and all of it, that is not being changed. If you're in a garage, that's still the same thing. We're talking about the big field of parking, or in the case of the single-family residence, we're not changing anything. It's already that. This is basically off-street parking for a shopping center. Eventually, it may also be for any of the industrial buildings you saw earlier. They're going to get a break in their car spaces and be 9 by 19. That's the reason for this. Now, again, we can let the applicant mention whatever they want to do, but generally speaking, that's the reason for this. Because, again, as we mentioned to council, I probably did more of the talking than anybody else, we have, historically, in a large-scale things, done exactly the same way. So rather than putting us all through the same discussion each time, if we feel that really that's what it needs to be, it should be. Now, one of the things that I did mention, and you have the option, I'm going to probably muddy the waters by giving you the option, we've written this thing as to say all 9 by 19. There is the option that we discussed, and you may want to say, hey, maybe when you're over 70 spaces or some such number like that that says when you only have a few because somebody's in a park cockeye because they don't want you to get near their brand new car, maybe it should be different. We can entertain that in terms of your comments. We could bring that to council. And they may say the same thing. They say, you know, that's a valid point. Because we did talk about the possibilities of where this break may be. And again, if we, let's say for sake of argument, the break is 75, just for the sake of a number, it still does not affect, as we mentioned Mary earlier, your single family. And the other thing we've got at this point in time, until you're in a garage. So what you'd be doing if you agree to this, or if you agree to it with a number of 75 or something, we'll be talking about the big parking fields. So again, I give you as an option that maybe if you want to say, well, maybe it shouldn't be everywhere, so we should make a break.
Only for the large over 75 cars or 100 cars,
if you make a number, now again, it may be 75, I'm just using it as a guess, you guys may say 55, whatever number, we may find a spot that you're more comfortable saying, hey, on all the little smaller ones, where that extra foot isn't going to kill them, it isn't going to make or break a project, it isn't going to make a sea of parking. Let's stay with this a little more comfortable. When we get to the larger scale, where it does have an effect on the sea of parking, we go to 9 by 19. Is a compromise that makes a lot of sense. But again, that's what I'm bringing up in terms of some history and where we may be, and obviously it's your pleasure in terms of how it goes up the food chain. We'll see what happens at the other end as well.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Where the movie theater is, what is that parking spaces there?
9 by 19.
Those are 9 by 19 as well?
Yeah, and that was approved because it was a PUD.
Okay.
Same thing with the medical.
The little strip centers that we've been approving on like the corner of Galileo Plaza, what is that going to be?
I would hope it's 10 by 20.
I think it's 10 by 20. I'd have to verify, but I believe it's 10 by 20 because it's not a PUD. And right now, Galileo would be a perfect example. We can count the number of spaces, and I would almost bet they're under this 50 or 75 because it's a small place.
Right.
And I believe they are 10 by 20.
Because that is the way it's angled. It's going to be very difficult if they're 9 by 19 to get around even in there. That old place is angled.
It's tight. I'm not going to argue about that. No, I'm not going to argue about that, ma'am. But again, what we're looking at
Don't give me anything there now.
But what I'm getting at is that if we do this, and we pick the magic number of, let's say again, 50, 75, whatever it's going to be, then when that architect, engineer sets up their plans, they're going to draw it like that accordingly, and again, when it comes through you, you have the opportunity to say something. You may not be able to change all of it, but again, you can use the bully pulpit to a certain degree, but you're not going to be able to say, I want 10 by 20.
And what is the parking spaces over at the new Publix?
Same thing.
9 by 19?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are the parking spaces at the old Publix?
I really have no blessed idea. I'm sorry, I don't. But I did when we went through the thing for BJ's, because most of the board, I think you were here, but some were different. Charles and I went to a couple of different BJ's and measured them. They were anywhere from 8.6 by 18 to 9 by 19, but nothing was bigger than 9 by 19. And if you historically check further up the food chain with the county, and where you may be able to correct me with this, they've had smaller spaces. In fact, they still use, at times, compact spaces, which we don't allow whatsoever. So we're
not allowing any compact spaces now?
No, ma'am.
Of smaller?
No.
Because when I go to BrandSmart, I can't even get in those spots.
I understand that. But again, what we're doing is, I guess the best thing I could say at this point is I believe that this is a very good compromise, and I believe if you guys decide to pick a number where it's 10 by 20 underneath and so much above, that's obviously a prerogative.
In order to put in perspective, how many parking spaces will Galileo Plaza have?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, ma'am.
Well, the numbers...
The biggest shopping center that we
Let me just say that for every 15,000 square feet is 50 parking spaces.
15,000 square feet?
There are 50 parking spaces.
15?
50, 50.
50.
Now, let me ask you a question. Now, where will you put the biggest parking spots and the smallest parking spot if you do a number of them?
No. We're not giving them mix and match.
That's what I'm saying.
No, we're not. No, well, what happens is
less than 50 cars or project more than 50 cars.
Let's say if we use 50 for a number and it's 50 and less, it's 49 to 50, they get to use 10 by 20s. They got 52 spaces, everything is 9 by 19.
Okay.
There's no way to do, we went through that with BJ's, give me some big ones, some little ones. There's no way you can guess where they should be.
Just the handicap. How many handicap are they required?
That will be required by code. There's no option on that. Whatever it is, and again, it's basically a 12-foot wide by 19 deep.
Actually, I could probably almost live with that kind of a compromise. And my car, because I had to close my mirrors and then I skinny out of my SUV to get out of parking lots.
Price of gas.
And I can show you my car with all the dents on the sides.
I understand.
And I know Steve has a big car like me.
I understand, ma'am, and if you remember when we get into the later discussion as far as garages, I and Mr. Alfredo Sanchez made a big point out of the parking garage size, but you'll get to that sometime in the near future for a different subject.
Okay.
Do we want to have, I guess, Mr. Avila, any more questions from council or from council? Okay. From the board, or we continue on with hearing from the applicant, or what do we do next?
Want to hear from the applicant?
I mean, if they waited this long, at least give them the opportunity to say yes, they want to speak, or no, they don't want to speak.
For the record, Michael J. Marcus. I'm an attorney and lobbyist with law offices in Homestead at 317 West Chrome, Homestead. I'm here with Jeff Martin today. Jeff Martin is the project director for the Homestead Pavilion that was tabled until next meeting. I believe it's your 2005, public hearing 2005-69. Mr. Martin and DDR, which is the applicant in that public hearing, are the developers of the Homestead Pavilion, and I think he can give you some insight on what national quality tenants that we want in this community need for on this issue.
Thanks, Mike. Promise not to take too much of your time since it's almost afternoon at this point. DDR is one of the largest retail developers in the country, and we've been doing business with kind of our go-to tenants all over the country, East Coast, West Coast, Puerto Rico, you name it. And tenants have a minimum threshold for the amount of parking they need in a shopping center to make it an attractive deal for them. And usually that number is 5 parking spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail. And from DDR's perspective, we're forcing them into a situation where we're going to offer them 4.5 spaces per 1,000 square feet of retail, just because we know from our experience that a shopping center may not use 5 spaces per 1,000 on any day but Christmas Day or Christmas week, holiday shopping. So we've kind of forced our tenants into situations in new shopping centers that we develop where we hold them to a smaller threshold, and that threshold of 4.5 spaces per 1,000 is also in line with other accredited institutions that track retail developments in terms of Urban Land Institute. They have research that states shopping centers over 400,000 square feet should have a ratio of 4.5 per 1,000, and anything less than that could be 4 per 1,000. And I think the city's code permits 3.33 per 1,000 square feet of retail. Anyway, so I guess if the city really hopes to attract some of the tenants that we're hoping to bring to the community in terms of higher-end national retail tenants, not factory store or discount tenants, and we really feel it's important for the city to address the parking spaces, which I think we've already discussed for larger scale projects such as ours, to get in line with not only the tenants' demands but also other municipalities and communities in South Florida and other places in the country. As Rick pointed out too, the larger parking spaces for our project would be detrimental because it does create a larger sea of asphalt and it restricts the amount of pervious area that we can have throughout the parking lot, thus cutting down green space and landscaping and all things that we'd like to provide to the city and beautify the project with. So we're trying to avoid creating so much asphalt out there that it's just one big sea of parking.
If I may interrupt at this point in time, then James, listen to me so I don't go off in left field as I want to do. I don't really want to get into a long discussion on the DDR project because you're going to see it in a couple of weeks with the information, pictorially and everything else. I just wanted them to have the opportunity to mention why they need to go to the larger space or the smaller space. If you understand the context in which this came in terms of going to CalFIRST for a policy decision and back to you, hopefully to agree to this thing, then goes up the food chain for a final blessing of the policy decision. So I realize you spent a long time waiting, but I don't want to get too involved with those two because we'll go off in tangents that are not going to be helpful, and it is getting late. And I got another butte for you coming up shortly this morning, so if I can just kind of bring in the edges to say, let's look at this thing. Obviously, we can ask for Mr. Pratt, who's in the audience, if anybody's got any public comment, but I think we need to, hopefully, you guys can come up with a yes or no vote, including your caveat or not, whatever the case, so we can move on.
Well, Mr. Shannon, my biggest complaint is that with 5 per 1,000 square feet, we're talking about a 10 by 20. 10 by 20 gives you 5 per 1,000 square feet. If we go down to 9 by 19, that's 5.8 per 1,000 square feet. So we're talking about almost 6 cars.
No, sir. You're going to the number of cars, and then the number of cars is based on the square footage of their project. That gives you X numbers of cars. Then we take that car and say the car is 9 by 19 instead of 10 by 20. Am I correct?
Yes.
In other words, we're not making a larger number of cars. What we're doing is saying if we give them what they're going to, if they end up with what they're eventually going to ask for, which turns out to be more cars per square foot, that's cars per square foot. Now we have, for the sake of argument, 100 cars. Are these 100 cars going to be 9 by 19 or 10 by 20? They're not 100 cars. They're talking about a good number more. So when you get to that point, there is where we're talking about the sea of asphalt.
The parking requirement for X number of commercial square feet, whether it be 5 cars or 500 cars, remains the same. The question then is, should the parking space be 9 by 19 or 10 by 20? You're still going to have the same amount of parking spaces, It's just what size do you want the parking space to be?
And you have to realize that when you do that as well, it increases, because of the length and the width, the drive aisles and everything else. So there is a certain amount of domino effect to it. But again, keeping that off to the side as far as a specific project, we're asking you to look at the concept of 9 by 19 versus 10 by 20 with maybe a break point. But they're not getting more cars than that as far as how it goes for their square footage.
And if they came back to us, we could always put a minimum in there, and they could always come back and request, and we can look at those projects individually.
If we have one that we make 75 and somebody says, I got 77, well, I'm doing it, yeah, there's always the ability to play with it a little bit.
Mr. Chairman, it seems to me that obviously any tenant would like to see as many parking spaces as possible, and that's what you just said. And they have less sensitivity to what the size of it is. So Rick, I don't particularly agree with that analogy. I think that if you're going to have more space, if you design a project that has more spaces for parking, it's going to be more attractive to tenants. I think that part is true. So I don't think you're limited necessarily to a particular number. But a particular number is going to come out of how much room you're going to have left. But I'm interested to know, and I don't know myself, you must have thought about this as developers, how much trouble is it to get into a 9-foot space over a 10-foot space? How much difficulty do you have? And what's the drawback of having, it seems to me maybe the width of it is more critical than the length of it, but what's the up and the downside of the size of these parking spots for ease of getting in and out? I go to some parking lots that are just too small to do anything, don't make any sense, and I wind up staking a space and a half. Then I go to others where I have great comfort. What's the answer?
Well, I think, let me back up for a moment and just say that from a developer's standpoint, it's not our goal to go out there and build as much parking as possible. That's more expensive for us to do that.
The developer, but for the tenant wants to have good parking.
Right, we're providing the minimum acceptable levels for our tenants to come into a shopping center. Otherwise, they may just pass on the deal and say, you know what, if you can't meet our minimum thresholds, then we'll walk from the deal. And I guess getting to your point on the size of the space, it's the industry standard is even less than the 9 by 19. Across the board, I would guess it's more in the realm of an 8 by 18, which I think, Rick, you had touched on when you spoke about the BJ's parcels, that the 9 by 19 is still in excess of what the industry standards are for parking space sizes.
I'll make one more comment. In the pro side of this, if they have, and I am saying the pro side of this, if you have a big car like mine with more spaces in his shopping center, he's correct in that most of the time, not all the spaces will be taken. And if I want a space without worrying about trying to get out of my car or not, I can go toward the end of the row versus up in the front. And so I kind of go along with that in a larger shopping center like yours, where I don't go along with it in a smaller shopping center where it's so tight anyway.
Just for information, we broke out the Galileo shopping center. They have 62 parking spaces, and they have approximately 18,000 square foot. So that's like in that 50 to 70 range. That means...
And that's tight at 62, so it needs to be a little higher than that then, 75, 90.
Well, we're talking about for that shopping center. So if that shopping center came in and you made a threshold of 50, they would be able to do the 9 by 19. If you came in at 75, then they wouldn't have. They would have had to do.
Yeah, so 75.
So just give you some idea of scale of where you want to make that cutoff point.
I appreciate that. And what happens to all the developments that are already in process?
Nothing.
Okay. Everything that's already in process that hasn't gotten approval yet.
They can't come back and say, oh, now I want 9 by 19. Okay. And so 100 cars is not that much bigger of a shopping center. That might be the better threshold too. Easier to remember. Just thinking out loud. Sorry.
Right, and you guys would make that as a recommendation, and then the council would still have final say on whether they wanted to do it for all or take into consideration your threshold.
Well, I'm definitely more comfortable with a minimum than just doing all. I can tell you that.
That's why I mentioned the comment, because I realized, again, like you said before, we've gone through this thing many times.
Fine. I hate
So I felt if I'm going to come in and tell you something that's at first blush against what you think you said before and anything else, at least give you a way in which you, not so much have an out, but a way you make you feel a little more comfortable with the fact that you are changing the way we looked at
things for a while. And if the right project came
while.
around and they needed it and they were less than we could have the right to say, okay.
We can always work out variances in this and that if necessary at that point.
You agree with the statement that the gentleman made that the industry standard is less than 9 by 19?
I have no way to dispute him, Dr. Raines, but I would believe that, again, if the industry standard is probably closer, in my opinion, which is only my opinion, I've been to spots at a 9 by 19. But I've seen a lot, again, the BJs I'm talking about is up in Cutler Ridge, because I measured that, and those are 8.6 by 18, 8.6 by 19, depending which row I measured. So I would think that, again, just from the standpoint of not having a basis to verify it, that going to 9 by 19 is probably bigger than some industries use, and it's probably closer to a standard that's used throughout the country, more so than an 8-something. I would never propose an 8, and I don't believe council would ever even allow me to bring it forward to use an 8. I think the 9 by 19 is probably as small as we're ever going to go.
Okay, good.
I hope that answers your question, sir.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Rick, that 9 by 19 is between two white lines, right?
It's center line to white line to center line to white line, Mike.
Okay, thank you.
Just try to make it 9.4 wide.
Any other questions from the board?
I would like to make a motion then, Mr. Chairman. Oh, public hearing, sorry. I thought we were already on the public.
From the public wish to speak regarding this issue?
Even if you're coming late?
If not, we'll close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
We'll move to approve this change.
Dr. Raines approves.
As written, is he saying as written?
No. With the condition.
Dr. Raines is making a motion to approve it as written.
Okay.
And that
That's across the board.
That means everything. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood how.
Everything across the board will be the 9 by 19.
To be passed on to council for approval. Do I hear a second?
I second.
So seconded?
Yep.
Secretary, please
Ms.
call.
Newman? No. Mr. Narita?
Yes.
Mr. Powell?
No.
Dr. Raines?
Yes.
Mr. Shelley?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Chairman Avia?
No.
Thank you. It's 4 to 3 in favor?
Yes.
Thank you. Passed as is. This is all.
Okay.
So we passed it with no minimum.
Can continue on, or we move on to take a break, or what do you?
No, we're good. Let's just go on. We got to talk about townhouses.
We have basically one more issue, really. We have one that we deferred, and we got one issue that we need to take care of. If you guys want a 10-minute break, I got no problem with that. It's just us at this point in time. We're going to keep on going, we'll keep on going.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep on going, swallow.
Keep on going, let's take
Next
it.
bill, yes. Yeah, so we'll just keep, we'll wrap this up. Let's go on to the next
Okay,
item.
so number 7, business from the audience. Business from the audience. Number 8 is business from the Development Services Director. Item A, Parks and Recreation presentation was completed or as deferred at 15. However, we did have the item to discuss code provisions applicable to two-car garages and covered parking in the townhouse district RTH. And if you have a handout of all that.
Okay, before Margie reads the handout and explains it, I'm going to frame the background for you in general so you know why it's here. Right now, the code requires, and what Marty's going to show you, we have X numbers, and we have garages, and a number of garages, size of the garages, size of the parking spaces, etc. We've had a couple of developers come in and tell us that that's not what was intended. And while he may or may not be right, the answer we had to give him is, this is what is in code. This was discussed, I'm going to say at length, ad nauseum, take your pick, in front of this board and in front of council. And after a couple versions with strikeouts and everything else, what was finally approved is what is in the code now. Now, Marty's going to frame the background for you and tell you what is there now. And we're not asking you at this point in time to vote on it, because it's not something you can vote on at this point. Just the fact that since it was brought through here and it was approved, I believe, Frank told me, 5-0 with one person absent.
That's correct.
We had 6 people on the board at the time. You were absent, Mr. Newman, so we had a 5-0 vote. Now, a couple of those people are not here anymore. Mr. Giffen used to be, and obviously Dr. Raines was not here at the time. So we're just giving you kind of a courtesy brief of what the board did, regardless of the people, and what council did. Because this is going to be brought up in front of council on the 6th to basically say it was done wrong, something misinterpreted, I want it to go back, I want it to be changed. Well, that may be the case. We want you to at least understand where we are. And I guess, and James can tell me this right now, get a sense of the board. Maybe not, I don't know. But it will come up Monday, so I don't want you guys to see the first time you hear this conversation and what was said Monday after. You need to be hearing it ahead of time. Because right now, it is staff's feeling that it was done properly, it is correct, and it is what it should be. Now, with that as a preamble, which is a little pejorative, I'm sorry. Marty, go ahead.
Thanks, Rick. Okay. Basically, I just read through the background on this the staff report you see in front of you. So on October 18, 2004, the council passed and adopted on second reading the ordinance which amended a series of zoning code regulations, including within that whole series of regulations was a requirement for 2 covered parking spaces in townhouse, RTH, cluster house, RCH, and multiple apartment R3 districts. The purpose of this amendment was to require multifamily residential developments to provide either 2-car garages or covered parking for 2 cars, or a combination of the covered parking and a single-car garage with each residential unit. And I've attached what the actual code language is for each of these sections in the back here. And that's basically the area the developers are having concern with. They don't believe that it was the intention for townhouses to be required to have 2-car garages. And the way it reads is 2 covered parking spaces, but he's saying that's not realistic. That's their opinion, but it was approved with this language, and this board recommended it to council. Council approved it with the language that you see here. After that, about almost a year later, on July 5th, 2005, the City Council passed and adopted on second reading another ordinance that amended the PUD code. This ordinance outlined all sorts of PUD regulations, and also included as their parking requirements, they said you're required to either have accessory storage or attached garages for every residential unit. Additional requirements were also added, additional parking space requirements for units with over 2 bedrooms, requirements for guest spaces of 0.25 per unit, I believe, and additional requirements for buildings over 3 stories. And again, these are attached in the back under the PUD section. So those options and were not given at the RTH, RCH, and the R3. That's for the PUD code only, was where you could do storage or covered parking, okay? and like we said, the City Development Services Department has been approached by developers who would like the requirement for covered parking to be eliminated from the RTH zoning districts. These developments have expressed concerns that all townhouses should not be required to have 2 covered parking spaces. So basically, we wanted to get your opinion if you believe that that was what the intention of the board was, or if perhaps you don't want to have 2 covered parking spaces in the townhouse or even the cluster house or R3 districts. And I'll take any questions that we have on it.
Let me throw
Susan Pfeiffer.
Let me throw 2 more things on, please, just to end, and then obviously it's important for all you guys to key in. Correct me if I'm wrong. I always do that because I'm never too sure. Nobody is challenging the PUD at this point.
No.
Okay. So the issue is basically RTH, RCH, and R3, mostly the RTH, if I understand.
Primarily, that's the only one they're talking about is the RTH, the townhouse.
And basically, I guess what you're going to be asked from me anyway is to look at it and very possibly a sense of, and then considering what and James should tell me whether that's right or not, and then at least so you're prepared for when this comes up to council is, and I really do mean this sincerely, and I know this too many times, upon further review, if you really feel that we missed it, you missed it, this is not what was intended, I have no problem with it. If council tells me the same thing, we had so much discussion, I don't remember that part, I got no problem with it. But the thing is, I cannot just change it by itself. Do I believe it should stay the way it is? Yes, I do. I believe that was your intention, but based on everything else I've heard, I think it's just important enough that you have the opportunity to say, that's exactly what we meant, or whatever, even if it says upon further review. I just want you to be aware of what's been said, or what will be said come next council meeting, without anybody putting words in your mouth without you being aware of something happening. So with that as a comment, I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, you can take your first question and we'll try to give you your first answer.
No, it's not a question, it's just concern remarks. I mean, we fought for this left, right, and center. I remember me and Susan used to be back and forth and this and all that, and we finally got it, the lush green and the parking. So, I mean, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Susan. She can take me.
The PUD we're not talking about, we're strictly townhouses. And that would be like townhouses in like on the west side, a non-homeowner association, that type of thing.
A townhouse that is not in a PUD, correct.
That's not a PUD.
A prime example, and again, Ray, correct me if I'm wrong.
And we're saying you had to have 2 covered spots?
Right.
Or are we saying it's 2 spaces?
No.
Now it's
Agreed is that
That we said 2 covered spots?
occupant parking spaces shall be provided to the county.
Right.
No matter what, you need 2 occupant parking spaces. Such parking spaces may be either provided for an attached garage or a commonly known maintained covered parking structure. So, yes, 2 covered spaces, either in the garage or in some structure.
Like a carport.
Right.
Like a carport. And they also do 1 garage, 1 covered, and then...
But if it's a carport, it needs to have the same architectural character and structure, so a carport could not be a...
I'm sorry, Ray,
No?
it's not a carport, it's a commonly owned structure. So it has to be a development that would be a commonly owned structure, some kind of structure that would be commonly owned.
That's no good, but 2 within 1...
Townhouse.
A combination of covered parking and single-car garages for every residential unit. Combination covered parking. Now, if it's in a townhouse that they're...
Such parking may be provided for either...
Like a twin home.
Or a commonly owned and maintained covered off-street parking structure.
And that would include a twin home type style.
And apartment complexes. We have to understand that the R3 is an apartment complex. So, but I'm just saying overall, it changes the answer.
Like a twin home would be a townhome. That would be...
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could have a commonly owned thing that would only serve like the 2... Yeah, you have to look at it and see, but yes.
I don't think
The theory is that they would all be covered in some manner.
James? Excuse me. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's a theory being that it would all be covered in some manner, either in a structured setting or in a garage setting.
But again, the next line says it should be in a similar manner and structure as the building. So a carport per se, in a normal perception of the word carport being a a metal-covered little shape or a canopy is not an allowable use, or not allowable method to meet that requirement, the way it's written now. Am I correct, James?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if a carport or some structure is maintained and is constructed in the same manner and utilizes the same architectural design elements,
that's correct.
Then it could perhaps. I mean, it would be case specific. I don't think you can say across the board that it wouldn't work. I think you'd have to look at each specific development or proposal when it comes in and make that determination at such time.
Okay.
I don't remember the conversations back in those times either, but I think that what we were trying to do is make sure they had at least one car garage and enough parking spaces for 2 cars.
Well,
so you could have a 2-car pad and then a garage.
Well, let me also help frame this, and this may also
bring
back a little, refresh your memory a little bit. You remember the whole thing was, is there enough parking and is there enough storage in these units? Because everybody's coming in with the very minimum bare bones of every part. So if you look at under parking, A, it says all units shall provide either accessory storage areas or attached garages. Right. So you have your choice. You can either do an accessory storage area or an attached garage. If you have the attached garage, then you don't need the storage area. It serves as the storage component as well. But if you choose not to do a garage, you have to have an accessory storage area, but you still need to provide some sort of parking or 2 parking spaces for that unit. Exactly. And if you don't have a driveway in this townhouse, then you need the 2 parking spaces somewhere. Yeah. So, it's kind of an ebb and flow. You have to look at it from all different angles, but that's I think it was the intent that we wanted to make sure there was space for 2 cars. Storage. We were pushing for garages. But am I understanding their complaint is that we're asking for 2-car garages and storage? We're not asking for 2-car garages. We're just saying that if you have a development, you need to provide 2 covered parking spaces. So either that's going to be a 2-car garage, a 1-car garage, and another site somewhere else covered, and storage, or whatever combination you choose. But in any combination, you wouldn't just be able to have a 1-car garage and no storage and no storage, or no coverage, and then have your other car hanging outside and not be covered. Yeah, I think looking at the driveway was considered, but they're not saying that in here. That they're saying they can have a townhouse without a driveway. Depending on, I think it would be a very case specific. You'd have to look and see how the development is structured, but potentially you could have a townhouse, I guess, or some sort of townhouse where there's no driveway, but there's a commonly owned structure where everybody parks, and then you just walk to your unit. Because if you read further in the text, it says, no parking space shall be more than 50 feet by the most direct pedestrian route from the door of the townhouse it is intended to serve. Right. So if you have a structure where you provide parking, it has to be situated where it's at least, it can't be any greater than 50 feet from the townhouse it's going to be serving.
But on that very page, paragraphs 2 and 3 says that each dwelling should provide a minimum of 1/4 of guest parking spaces, 0.25 in number 2 there.
No, you're looking at the PUDs.
No, you're looking at PUD. The PUD codes below that are just there for your reference to see what...
This is just for reference.
Yeah, it's just
nothing to do. This is for just section 35.
You're only looking at 30-159, parking for the parking in the townhouse district.
So they want to provide no garages, no storage, and no driveways.
I don't know what they want to do. Staff can address that. It's just strictly before you. They have some applications in, or some developers in, who are stating that the intent by this board or the council was that it was never meant that townhomes should provide 2 covered parking spaces, period. And so Staff can't do anything because the code says you have to have 2 parking spaces, 2 covered parking spaces. It's not a legal issue, it's not an interpretation issue, it's plain, it's right there. So it's a policy decision. Did we get it wrong, or do we want to change it, or what do you want to do?
I like it just the way it is.
And that's the direction staff is seeking from you, so that when this comes up for discussion at Monday night's council meeting, they will be in a position and better be able to address the city council in regards to, they brought it before you, they got your input, they think in the past it was the intent that it should be this way, they've already stated it should be this way, and so they're just trying to get a position and be available.
Well, it seems to me it started in October '04, and it was addressed again in July '05, so it has been talked about at least on 2 occasions.
But it's 2 different areas. The one in October '04 was for your residential units, residential zone areas. The one in July of '05 was strictly for PUDs.
PUD, right.
Ms. Newman? I think that the issue is also that we're running out of enough acreage for PUDs. So now developers are looking at the smaller parcels, and then this issue has hit them. And this is the first that this developer has dealt with in regards to the parking.
Well, you've got to also remember, too, that your PUD code is the ebb and flow. You get a lot more from that.
You get other stuff for giving up that stuff.
Right. In the RTH and the other zoning districts, it's by right, and so these are the requirements. Whereas in the PUD, you have minimums, but, you can give and take, and there's some discretion, some leeway there.
I don't know how the board feels, but I like it just the way it is.
Let me make one more. I'm going to play devil's advocate, which I don't really want to do, but I think it's important because I read this thing a number of times, and James read it to me, and Marty read it to me, and I want to read it one more time with you guys from a perspective of reading it. I don't agree with this perspective, but I think if we finally say this is correct, there may be just a little wordsmithing or comma, whatever the case. And I'm playing devil's advocate, so Marty, please listen very closely. Same to you, James. All units shall provide for either accessory storage areas or attached garage. Okay, I want to play devil's advocate again. I got my unit there and I have my accessory storage. What does that mean I need to do? The way I would read it is that attached garage is not a necessary requirement. However, number 2 says off-street parking spaces shall provide in a townhouse. Such may be either an attached garage or community owned, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what you're saying, and again, please bear with me and make sure I'm not confusing this, and not my intent. Is the intent that we provide storage area or garage, and if they take storage area, they still have to provide 2 covered parkings, which may be in a garage attached to the house, as you normally consider it, or in another garage structure. That's the way it's been interpreted by us at this point in time. I think that's the way it was interpreted and what you guys wanted at that point in time. And I just think it's important that you understand somebody may want to read to it and say, I can either do storage area or a garage. I got a storage area, I don't need a garage. That's not, I don't think, what we had intended. And I just want to make sure that you have that as a way of looking at it. I believe what is there is what the board asked for at the time, what staff had meant, and I believe what council had meant. However, doing it a year later, we'll see how things go.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, please.
It's my understanding from some of my conversations I've had with developers in the past that one of the issues they're having is the 2-car garage itself, the size, the feasibility of making a 2-car garage and then still having room for a door to get into your house and to be functional inside that 2-car garage. I don't know if they're opposed to 2 covered garages. I don't know, as far as the rest of the argument goes, I don't know. But I do know that argument's been posed to me as far as the feasibility of getting 2 cars in a garage, in a townhouse, still having a door, getting inside the door, putting your washer, your dryer, and that type of feasibility. I don't know. I mean, I can help clear up the conversation on that end.
Let me just add that we've had multiple applicants who have found solutions. The architecture has resolved the issue. We have alleys in the back, and
Park is a perfect example.
And they've managed to find a solution to the problem. So it's up to the architect to find a solution to that.
Arbor Park happens to be a PUD, but it does provide a solution. The thing I want to mention, I think Ray is trying to point out to you, Mr. Shelley, is simply the fact that by saying you need to have 2-car garages, doesn't that mean that the only way they can do it is a 25-foot lot, and therefore I lose 20 at the garage, I can't fit the door? Maybe the thing has to be rearranged in a different standpoint so that the end result is actually better than just slapping a garage to the front of the building.
And I'm not taking a stance one way or another. These are arguments that I've heard, and if someone asked the question as far as what do they want, this is just something I know one developer has, mentioned, and so I figured I'd pose it so that there was a reason behind it. But
it's a very good question, because what it does is essentially the same thing we're trying to do now, at least I'm trying to do, is run all different thoughts that have been thrown up so that we at least know what they are, and we can say, hey, that's a valid comment, it is or it isn't, whatever the case. But that's why I have no problem with you mentioning it, because again, it may be, well, one of the items we hear Monday night.
Well, I can claim stupidity in this since I wasn't here for the first two discussions about it, and I don't think there's any purpose for any blame or any misunderstanding. I don't think that's an issue. It's where we are today. I think that when I think of a townhouse, I have to admit that I don't think of the requirement for a two-car garage. To me, that's a little bit. It would be a little bit. Although it would be a very nice structure and a larger one, most of the time when you think about a townhouse, you think of something that has been scaled down a little bit. Now, if you're requiring it to have 2 cars, to be able to put 2 cars in a garage, to me that isn't. There's something that's a little bit incompatible about that. But in today's time, you have to have a place for 2 cars, even in a townhouse, because in general, I don't know of almost any family that is going to have a new house that isn't probably going to have 2 cars. So you got to at least provide a 1-car garage. You have to provide storage so that the place is halfway livable, and then you have to provide at least a place to put another car that doesn't become obstructive and in the street. And if you want to allow it to be more formulated to be covered, then it could be in a place that's a little bit offset from the community, or from the house itself. But it seems to me that it is a little bit restrictive to require these builders to build a townhouse and then build formal 2-car garage. To me, that's is a little bit defeating in terms of what a townhouse is all about.
Dr. Raines, think about it this way: it's a townhouse as an attached single family. Now, if you've been out to Waterstone, you've seen the 2-story houses, the 2-car garage in front. They have a little door on the side, and everything goes up for 2 floors. Those are the same size as the townhouses could be, except they're on 3,600 square foot lots. All they're doing here is attaching them. So it is quite possible, and it gives someone a chance, because it's an 1,800 square foot lot instead of a 3,600 square foot lot, and they can still have the same size house as they would on a little single family development.
Well, I think you can do something innovative to do that, but today we were talking about the southwest section and developing Key West-like structures. If you've been down to Key West, there's not a townhouse down there that has two-car garage associated with it. It's not feasible. I just don't see it as being something that you'd want to strap townhouses with.
Mr.
I'm willing to hear more.
If I might, just to clarify that this requirement we're not requiring townhomes to have a 2-car garage. I think the intent was here, and the thought was that maybe a lot of these townhomes may only have a 1-car garage. But if you have a 1-car garage, you have to provide another covered parking space. So it's not mandating that each townhouse have 2-car garages. It's certainly nice, and I'm sure the city would like to see it, but it's not mandating. It's saying that if it's not financially feasible for you to build a 2-car garage, you build a 1-car garage, but then you provide the alternative parking spot being covered somewhere else.
My argument is that it's the ambivalence of it. We've already placed this requirement upon all the builders that have come before us prior to this date, and now all of a sudden we're retrogressing, we're putting it in reverse and say, okay, now we're going to change our requirements and we're going to allow you then we're going to become more liberal and more flexible, and now you can do what you didn't do before to people coming up, and the people that had to build and present the buildings before, now all of a sudden they don't have to adhere to what we've been adhering to this date, and now all of a sudden they can do what they wish. And what Ms. Newman just spoke about, you can still do the same thing, and you can still be innovative and still work within what we have already laid down. And this backpedaling makes us look like, okay, now that we've gotten crowded and now that Homestead no longer has room, now we're going to all of a sudden change the rules so that new developers can come in and go under the rope that the other developers have had to jump over. So I feel kind of skittish about,
I'm not asking you to change it. In fact, in all honesty, I believe it's what we intended. I'm bringing it up simply so that there isn't some conversation at council that says P&Z didn't want this without P&Z. I'm sorry, I got it on, but what I want to do is make sure that, first of all, like I said, I agree with you. A lot of the RTH did not come in other than PUDs. PUDs are covered, no problem. We are getting a couple RTHs now that are not in PUDs. We've had a couple that come in and have done this. So it's not like it's got to be a rocket scientist to figure out there are ways to do it. You can't use your cookie cutter because you have to think about it again. So I agree with you from the standpoint that it's not good to backslide. My only comment in bringing it forward to you is so I don't have somebody saying at council, well, P&Z also said the same thing. No, I would like to get, and I guess maybe James, tell me if I'm really wrong, a sense of the present board as to whether this should stay basically the way it is.
Yeah, the board can simply make a motion today to direct staff, or you all can state that from a policy decision, this is what you want, and this is where you want to be, and that remain.
No,
how you would do it. I mean, your position can be carried forward to...
Right. I want to be able to bring your position so that I'm not doing the same thing I don't want somebody else to do. Say, P&Z said, no, I want to be able to say, we brought this up to P&Z and we discussed it ad length, ad nauseum, take your pick, and P&Z said this. So the present P&Z board agrees with it, disagrees with it. Now, that doesn't mean that the council doesn't have the ability to say, change it. Then fine. But again, right now, what I want them to do is to understand where you guys are coming from. If you still believe it's right, I want to be able to say, current board still thinks we did the right thing, it was interpreted the way it was proposed to be, and that's what it is. And go from there.
Mr. Chair, yes. In defense of staff, when Charles LaPrade was here, and all of us here as planning zone members, they asked us to go over these codes. They asked us to implement these things. I mean, Rick, I really think it's very, time-consuming, and that we make these recommendations months and months and months ago, go over this. That's why I'm not even saying anything, because we went over this back and forth between ourselves and me, Susan, and everybody, and all that. And I mean, for us to go over this again and to implement it again after it was already implemented, I think that's... that makes up, you guys, what, you type, you typed it wrong, or you write it wrong, or what?
Yeah, but I think, they have a right to come back and ask us to review it again and see if we still feel the same way or not. So that's what we've all done.
But Susan, we went over this one.
I know we did, but this is 2004.
Let me phrase it slightly differently, and maybe this will put you at a little bit of comfort.
I think the board is sensing that.
What I'm asking is...
Do you want to do a motion?
Yes. If anybody has any more questions, no one has any.
Let me throw one last thing, and I apologize, Mr. Avea, but
sure.
What I'm asking, I'm sorry, Mike. What I'm asking you guys to do really is to give me the comfort level that when I argue on Monday, I can say P&Z passed this before, we discussed it again, and they're still in the same place. Or if you say it differently, it's differently. This gives me the ability to at least say it without putting words in your mouth. That's what I do not want to do.
Mr. Chair, as hungry as I am, as much as I want to go eat, I guess what I'm going to ask, because I wasn't here for any other ones, I want to hear, and I don't have enough experience because I'm young, I've never owned a townhouse, I've really never lived in a townhouse. So what I want to hear from people due to the experiences, what are the disadvantages of having a one car, or not really even a garage, but a one covered space versus having two covered spaces? I'd like some feedback from the board here, or from staff.
One-car garage has been an acceptable method. It gives you a skinny living room, skinny dining room, skinny family room, skinny kitchen, skinny bedrooms. That's what a one-car garage. It's just been a skinny little, like a bowling alley style. The two-car garage allows them, a little bit more flexibility in the design inside the units. You got to provide two spaces anyway. I don't know where the big problem is having two-car garages, and that costs them a little bit more money to do that, but it gives them more space all the way through.
But even, I'm even more specifically addressing like two covered versus one covered. Like if you have a townhouse, is there really a need to have two covered spaces versus just a one covered space, regardless of how they
one covered or addition, or they could do a storage, or they could do a covered somewhere else.
One or the other, because what we were discussing back at the time before, this is after the hurricane, we wanted somewhere where we could put the hurricane shutters, your lawn, because I think that was a problem over the east side. People driving by, see lawnmower out there, this, that, wheelbarrows, this, that. So
you can drive by today and see that over on the East Coast. All those shutters on the back.
Either get a storage and a garage or a two-car garage. I think that's where we had done that.
Well, because I think to me the problem, at least in my reading of it, is that if you have two covered spaces and you can provide them in any way you want, you provide a one-car garage, but your next covered space has to be 50 feet from your door. That really causes problems, which means your only option is a two-car garage. You cannot do a two separate, that's my interpretation of it.
That would be what the developer says. There may be creative ways to do it, but they think it would be difficult to do that. And I agree it would be difficult to do that.
Long covered carports on the back side, like you could do it.
I'm in Tampa, that's where my family's from, I've seen the same thing.
They have a lot of those, and that's quite acceptable to do that.
Why would any developer have covered parking? I mean, they're not going to do it. I can't imagine it. It doesn't make any sense at all. So it really boils down to when you look at number 2, is that you're going to require them to have a two-car garage. That's when it's all said and done. That's what it is. We're not allowing one-car garage.
Where is it going to be? What else is left for them to do that? It's infill lots. It's small little areas, 10, 12 units. That's it. You're not talking about huge amounts of development with that.
No, I agree with it. That's why it's coming up. I'm not sure I understand why Rick has brought it to us at all, to be truthful. But
by a twin home.
But if it's here, then but the bottom line, when you get through looking at these 3 pages, it's 2-car versus 1-car, and that's the bottom line. If we're insisting on them making 2-car garages, then we ought to reaffirm this. If that's not what we want, for whatever reason, then we ought to not. I think that's the bottom line.
We have given this flexibility in a PUD. They've gone down 20 acres on that.
In a PUD, there's some flexibility, but not much. I mean, if the way property is now, I can't imagine a developer that'll go over there and make a whole bunch of covered parking where you could put condos.
Dr. Raines, right now, you can do a single-family home in an infill lot, okay? You could do a twin home on an infill lot. And this allows them to do a twin home. You get 2 units instead of 1. They should do a 2-car garage or something.
Personally, I feel we should not have to reinvent the wheel this late in the game. That's how I feel, and this to me is like reinventing the wheel after everything's said and done and things have been built. So that's my personal feeling. So barring any other comments, for the sake of Mr. Chandra and presenting it to council, I think we should just go ahead and vote this up or down. And at that behest, I ask for a motion regarding same.
To have it remain the same. I'll second the motion.
What are we affirming though? We just, because there's nothing in front of us. What do we do? We reaffirm what we said last,
I mean, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You've been asked by staff to take a position on the current code as it reads now for RTH townhomes. So, this item will be coming up to the council, as staff understands it, on Monday night for discussion purposes. Staff has a position. They want your position to carry forward with them for further support in regards to laying out the framework of this for the City Council. So if it is, I think it's appropriate for you to take a position today, whether for or against, make a motion that you are affirming the code as it's reading now, or you'd like to change the code. And that motion can carry forward to the City Council meeting when it comes up for their discussion purposes on Monday night.
So the motion should be for the code to...
If you are happy with the way the code reads now, and it's the intent that you want it to remain the same now in regards to the parking requirements and parking standards for RTH, then so be it. Then that's the motion that will be made and the motion that can be voted upon. If there is a motion to change it, then so be it. Make that motion and then change it and make that recommendation as well.
And we're actually only talking about basically infill lots, because if it's more than 20 acres, they can do a PUD and they'll have other things to do. Is that correct? So we're talking about small parcels, infill lots, that type of thing.
So you don't necessarily have to be a PUD, man. There may be a larger group, but for...
You're not talking about... You're talking about
residential. But I'm saying if it's more than 20 acres, they have the option to go to a PUD.
They have the option.
If they want.
If they want.
I don't think this is going to affect that many people, so we might as well leave it the way it is.
So, I proffer a motion.
I make the motion to leave it as it is.
I'll second the motion.
It's been so moved by Ms. Newman and seconded.
Mr. Powell.
Mr. Powell, seconded, please.
Okay.
And, go ahead.
Mr. Narita.
Yes.
Mr. Powell.
Yes.
Dr. Raines.
Yes.
Mr. Shelley.
I've got a question for, I guess, council. Do I have to vote yes or no, or can I abstain? Because I wasn't here for the first discussion. I don't know that I fully flushed this issue out in my mind, that I would want to take a stance yes or no on it. So therefore, I'd rather not.
You need to vote on it, yes or no. You can't abstain unless the,
Okay.
I mean, even though you weren't here, many of the other board members weren't here as well.
Right,
and
yeah.
so the issue's been sort of framed for you right now, so either you agree with it or you don't. So I would just say take a position at this point and vote up or down on it.
Okay, all right. No.
Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Ms. Newman.
Yes.
Chairman Avila.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your patience.
And I think any other business, what's left? The CRA's already talked today. Any business from the urban designer? If not, business from you, attorney?
I have none for
Any
you.
business from the board members? Nope. If not,
I'd just like to congratulate Susan Newman as being one of a handful of movers and shakers in Miami-Dade County.
South.
South Miami-Dade. If you didn't read the neighbors this weekend, the pictures in there.
We're going to get that list together.
That's all.
congratulations, Ms. Newman. At that point, meeting's adjourned. Yeah, congrats, I saw it. Everybody thought about it.
It was nice, guys.
Next time past lunch, we gotta buy lunch.
know what I was saying. I'm so hungry.
Shoot, I'm hungry. No breakfast, no nothing. No breakfast, no nothing. Oh, boy. Hey, you got your shirt? You got your shirt? Oh,
the cabin. Sit there and they ordered it.
that's right. When you're done, say no. When you're done, say no.
Yeah, well,
It was all.